where we left off. And we're just going to continue to exactly from that point. Shalom to the tribe. Much to everyone that's appreciated. Part 3. This is part 4. Welcome. But before we continue, this magnificent wata, this flow, I want to go ahead and set the vibration even higher. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Cause it's all gas and no brakes. And make no mistake, we have no intention of slowing down, my niggas. Because the fact that you are here right now lets me know that we know it is time. So this is for you. Let's get it.
Proof that the triangle is a sacred symbol.
See, my nigga, when you realize that everything is right in front of your face, it makes vibing up like this, it makes choosing a vibe like this that much worth it, even more worth it. It makes it electrifying. It makes it completely what you imagine. Just like how I knew this moment will always happen. Just like how I know you knew this moment was always going to happen. And we're here. And we're here. It's in the air. It's in the air. And y'all was there with me when we dropped the calm. You guys were right there with me. You guys are right here once again. So we're going to go ahead and get this back. Shalom to the real ones. I hope everyone's vibration is magnetic. I hope your frequency is electrifying. We're going to go ahead and get that back.
Proof that the triangle is a sacred symbol.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Surfing the wave is a pure vibration. And now that I hope that the vibe is right, let's continue on with this journey. Ahab to the Dracons. Shalom. Allahuah. So, if you remember in part 3, I was telling everybody to make a mental note of this oil of life. All right. Now, it's very, well, depending on how you surfing the wave, you know, it'll be very beneficial in the drop when I'm like, oh, you know, keep this in mind or pay attention to that. If you make a little side note or something of some kind. But yeah, we're digging on this oil of life, right? And I want to try to go ahead and pay attention to this oil of life. And if you keep in mind when we're digging on the book of Adam and Eve, the commandment or the command was to retrieve the oil, right? So the command was to retrieve the oil. Adam had told Seth to retrieve the oil, all right? And we was digging on it. And so with that being said, I wanted you to keep in mind this oil of life, right? This oil of life. This oil of life. Now just surf the wave with me. That was said to come from a tree. From which flows the oil of life. All right? So keep that in mind. We're talking on the oil of life. And we're going to get back to surfing this wave. Ahab to the real ones. Allahuah. Alright, so digging on this Pomona. Alright, so digging on oil. I'm like, I know what I think of when I think of oil, right? But is this the same oil that we're talking about? Which is where I always begin to dig into these things. Because remember, we're just surfing the wave on words. We're just looking at words, right? And as we're looking at words, it just makes me wonder, like, what's really being said? And with that being said, you know, we get the definition. And I'm digging on the definition. And then it says, a viscous liquid derived from petroleum, especially for use of as a fuel or lubricant. But look what this synonym says, right? You can't help but see that. Black gold. Black gold meaning petroleum. Petroleum, black gold. So even if you're thinking about that oil just like the way that I was thinking, we still talking black gold, baby. Huh? Now I told you this one was gonna be what it was. And honestly, I'm not even sure the shop I tie ready. But I know they are. The exciting thing about this oil is that I didn't just stop at that, you know, because I really want to make sure I grasp the full picture of what's going on. Because remember, we're talking about the first times. So I need to be able to be sure that this petroleum is what they're talking about during the first times. You know what I'm saying? We just talking Zet Tepi. And as we go ahead and dig on it, this is when I realized, man, ain't no more letting up on the hijack, man. Ain't no more taking our foot off the brake when it comes to this hijack. Shalom to all the cons that feel this flame, this fire, just like I do, that is to eat the flow. I mean, shout out to all the cons. You know what I'm saying? Because we lit. The return of the real Nagas. The return of the real Nagas. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm looking at this oil, I'm like, what is it that we really talking about? And it's only right. So let's go ahead and get it. Peace to the tribe. Peace to the tribes. So of course we digging on oil. You know what I'm saying? We still doing etymology. Go back and get part 3 if you're not sure where we're coming from. But already we getting straight to the mix. Because oil is related to olive, right? And it seems like the etymology just wants to lead us right back to the olive tree, which to me is okay if we're talking olive tree, because keep in mind it did say to the tree, but I'm not looking at it from the lens or the eyes or the mind of a hijack. You know what I'm saying? I'm really digging on this because I'm like, what's happening? So just to show you what I mean, when I go right here and I take a look at the fact that it was used for petroleum during the 1520s, I know that the scripture isn't necessarily talking about petroleum. But I also couldn't ignore the fact that we're still talking olive oil. And even though we're talking olive oil, the hijack likes to slip in a double meaning, right? They speak with a forked tongue. They tend to slither like a snake. And keep in mind that we're talking hybrids and such, so such traits can be passed on. Again, we've been building on Cain this entire time, but we did a little segue into the development and to the exploration on the genetics of Cain's parents. So even though we're still talking olive oil, and the hijack likes to use such terms, right? Olive, fair skin, bright, light. It doesn't necessarily mean what they say it means. And we're going to basically look into this as the proof. We're going to dive into this right now because we're talking olive oil on you, right? But at the same time that we're talking olive oil, why is it referred to as midnight oil? Midnight oil. Now, in part 3, we got all up in this darkness, this night. And it's still the same. We're still talking to you in the same way. So how is it that this olive, this oil, is dealing with the same darkness? But remind you, we're talking about a tree, right? Keep this in mind. We're also talking about usually flammable and insoluble in water. And we were digging on that fire, right? We were digging on the burning. We were digging on the fire. We were digging on the heat. We were digging on the etherian, the energy. We're really just talking about you. So keep in mind, we've been talking about the fire, right? Which is an oxymoron when you're really thinking of it, because here we have midnight oil. So something bright, or able to be bright from the pitches of darkness. Mind you, this is in the term olive. And oil, which made me think, let's dig on this olive, right? Olive, it's just, they only want to give us olive tree. But that was so much drop in the oil that we just got, making that connection. There's no way I could deny, right? There's no way I can just accept this. And if y'all know how natural it is, man, when I got a hunch, I'm gonna go after it, right? If something's scratching my brain, I got to get to it. So let's see what I found, man. Shalom to the tribe. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope we are charged. Hawa, Hawa. Because they just want to tell you Hawa don't exist, man. And the whole thing behind part 4 is to make them tell the truth. We're going to make them tell the truth. Just like how we did in part 3. We're going to make them tell the truth. So let's make them tell the truth. Now I'm looking for more context, right? I'm looking for more context. It said the oil of life. The oil of life. So, you know, I'm digging on it. I'm really trying to figure out what the oil of life can be referring to, pertaining to. And, you know, I'm surfing the wave. And I'm like, okay, what is this, right? And that didn't really tell me much. I see how it's attached to the hijack as usual, but it has to be for a reason. And I'm like, okay, I can see it, right? Now peep this out. It revives the skin's radiance. We talking about that bright, right? But okay, still not what I was searching for. And digging on it, I'm like, what is it? And I'm gonna show you what I found. Let's get it. So it says, according to the Bible, this oil literally means fat or grease. Fat or grease. Now we know what grease means to us, right? We know what that means to us. And we normally add grease. We normally don't wash grease out, if you know what I mean. We normally add grease. We don't normally wash it out. It also means richness, right? The richness. Here we have it also being translated as fruitful. It also says that oil symbolizes wealth, abundance, health, energy, and a vital ingredient for a good life. Exactly, right? We're right here in part 3 because we were really not finished. So we right back, right? So this should just be hitting for you still. We still going at it. But I wanted you to see this. Alright? When you dodging all hijacks, dodging all hijacks, it says, what is the holiest oil, right? And it says to the ancient. Now, we don't care anymore about terms, semantics, your emotional feelings. We're talking about the people of Hawaii. We're talking about the people of Hawaii. All right? From here on out, we know that's not them over there. We know that's not them over there, man. We know that's not them over there. It never has been and it never will be. We also know that's not the real side. That's not where it really went down. We know the map has been flipped. We know there's been 1,000 years added to the timeline. We know. So I don't care about your feelings and how you feel about the term, man. I need you to respect the fact that it says ancient. I need you to respect the fact that we're talking about the image of Hawa. We're talking about the image of God. Therefore, from this point forward, you shall refer to us as the image of God. This ain't a game. We are the image of Hawa, the Creator, the Most High, the one and only. It's over for that. We are the image of Hawa. We are the image of God. Therefore, you shall refer to us as such. For all the KTCs, MHOEs, you are the image of Hawa. We are the image of Hawa. Hala Hawa. Hala Hawa. Hala Hawa. To the ancient Israelite, there was no oil or fat with more symbolic meaning than olive oil. It was used as an anointment of fuel for lighting lamps, for nutrition, and for other purposes. It was scented olive oil that was chosen to be a holy anointed oil for the Israelites, dodging all hijacks. Psalms 83. Oh, that's on the way. Psalms 83, that's on the way. Yeah. That's on the way. Because we just talking about the ancients, man, and we need to get this clear right now. We are the image of Hawa. The real Nagas have returned. We are here. Shalom to the tribe. Shalom to the tribes. So now that we're digging on ancient Israelite from this olive oil or this oil of life, let's go ahead and see what else we got, right? Dealing with these words. Allahu. Now you know how to hijack do. You know how to hijack do, but guess what? You've already got part 3. So we know exactly what this means, don't we, Shabbatai? We know exactly what this means, don't we, Shabbatai? You see how they like to graft into what's yours? You see how they graft into what's yours and try to take it? You see how they try to apply? Ain't nothing fair about what's green. Ain't nothing light about what's green. Ain't nothing bright about what's green other than the fact that it's natural. We are looking at the color of natural. I don't see no human beings walking around looking like this. Ain't no European coming out of Caucasus Mountains looking like this. But we know what that other skin tone can be referred to as. We know what that other skin tone mean. In part 3, we just got through comparing your skin tone to the plants. How they work just like the plants. We talking the trees. We got in part 3 that the trees were your angels, that the angels were your trees. There is no separation between the design of Hawa and you, for you are the design of Hawa. You are the image of Hawa. Oh, we think we playing though, huh? Because as we can see, we're talking darkness to you still. We're talking darkness to you still. In fact, when I really think of an olive, I'm thinking, well, do I even gotta tell you? Mind you, when we're talking about oil and how olive oil meant midnight oil. It also meant flammable. We're going to continue to build, but we're talking that dark. We're talking that dark. And this is how I know that the scriptures wasn't written for those who tried to rewrite it, for those that tried to add their spin off to it, for those that tried to give it their meaning. The scriptures still speak for themselves, and the ancestors have been telling you, the scribes have been telling you, the prophets have been telling you the whole time. But you have been stiff-necked. You have been disobedient. You have been ignorant in your ways, haughty, egotistical, so caught up with your own emotion and rage. You never give yourself the time to just breathe and reflect, but you're going to reflect tonight. You're going to breathe tonight because I'm breathing life onto you, Shabbatah, to you, my nigga. We are the image of Hawa, Hala, Hawa. We are the image of Hala, of Hawa, Hala, Hawa. And I'm not talking about semantics, man. This is literally what the text is talking about. We're talking about the oil of life. We're talking about the first one. First form, Adam. And this was the command to retrieve the oil. When we're talking about insoluble, it means what? Impossible to solve. Impossible to solve. Unsolvable. We cannot be solved, my nigga. Therefore, if they don't look like you, if they not in that same ruach, if they not in that same frequency, that same flow, that same charge, it is impossible for them to solve. It is impossible. What did darkness say? What did darkness say? How did we start off? Not only did it mean to hide and conceal, but it also meant obscure, not easily understood. Not easily understood. You are not understood. Your darkness leaves them in a period of ignorance. It's a puzzle. It's an astonishment. You are the marvel. You always been a marvel. For a marvel is just a miracle, and a miracle is an act of Hawa. You are the image of Hawa, my naga. We are the image of Hawa. We're talking about obscure, not easily understood. We are not easily understood. We are not easily understood. We are the image of Hawa. We are the image of God. No, we are not easily understood. Not only is it impossible to solve, it is incapable of being dissolved. It is incapable of being dissolved. Not only are you unsolvable, but you are incapable of being dissolved. Incapable. What does that mean? Oh, excuse me. dissolve. Dissolve. To become or cause to become incorporated into a liquid so as to form a solution. You cannot be broken down. You cannot melt from that heat, from that fire. You will not be liquefied. You will not disappear. You will not vanish. You will not evaporate. You will not burst into or break into. You will not be disbanded, nor shall you be disestablished anymore. They will no longer dismiss you, and their hijack has been brought to an end today. For this moment right now, we terminate their hijack. We terminate their way of thinking. We terminate their way of teaching. We terminate their way of rule. For you are the image of God. You are the image of Hawa. Hala Hawa. To all the code keepers, let the drums instrumentally electrify you. Let your soul energy peak to the top. To the top, to the tip of the highest TP. And then scribble the highest of the most right at the top of that. Yeah. Yeah. This is for my cons. And it's over for that. It's over for that. And just to go ahead and further put the brakes, or punch the gas, no brakes, excuse me. We're digging on oil, or what they refer to as the black ooze, right? Interesting. You see how it looks like oil? It looks like oil and it's coming out the tree. Isn't that what the script said? The oil of life from out the tree. Now I know the hijack wants to have you believe in some anointment, and in a sense that is true, but that's a right that comes from us. We anoint. We anoint. We anoint those within ourselves, the recognition within ourselves, within this tribal flow. By way of Hawa Hawa. But that's our business. That's calm business. When we digging on this oil of life, it said it came from the tree. And this sure looks like it comes from a tree to me. All right. Letting you know that we've been saying the whole thing this whole time. We still talking that darkness. We still talking to you. Here goes the dissolve. Alright. So that being so, you cannot be dissolved, my naga. You are not supposed to break down, and you will not be broken down. And that same oil looks just like this. This is the oil of life. That darkness is the oil of life. You are the image of Hawa. And we're going to continue to push the envelope. This is for my Nagas, man. Shalom for part 4. Keep in mind, right? We're talking about flammable. We already know what that means. To catch that fire, right? We're talking energy. We're talking Ethereum. But it said that you would be insoluble in water. Right? So digging on water, I thought about Hydra. Surfing the wave within this channel, you're gonna learn the drop that we touched on as far as this hydrogen and how we broke it down and how it connects to these etherians, the ether faces, the ether opens or opians, the ether phase, man. Keep in mind, when they want to tell you Ethiopia, it's not Ethiopia. Ether is that root word. Ether is the root word to Ethiopian. They're saying you have the face of the ether. You have the face of the ether. That's why there's 3 Ethiopias. This is for the Prester, man. This is for the Prester. 3 Ethiopias. Because you carry the face of the ether. That is the image of Hawa. But here we're building on Hydra and we're talking about water. Alright? We're talking about water. And it's funny, man, because I remember Dan Calloway, right? He was talking about how this term water came from something that was seen in the water, so to speak. And because of what was in the water, something that was in the water, it was referred to from that point on as water. Because of course, these aren't words that the ancients used to say what it was. Therefore, of course, the water really couldn't be wata. The water couldn't really be the wata. But hearing him say that, it made me think, well, what if they saw something else in that wata? What if there was something else in that wata? What if they realized that? And based off that, they gave it a name. Because you know what hydro sounds like to me? You know what hydro sounds like to me? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Hydro sounds a whole lot like Hydra. And when we're talking about Hydra, we're really talking about the Nagas. Now this picture says a whole lot. It says a whole lot. What is a Hydra? What is Hydra? Are they gonna even tell us about it? Interesting. They don't do no breakdown. That's how you know they want to run away from it. But you can't run from the real ones. You can't run from the real ones. To anybody paying attention, surfing the wave. To anybody paying attention, surfing the wave. How many heads can it be said that Hydra had? How many heads? They're gonna tell you it was a whole bunch. But we know that the most ancient of texts gives a quote for 9. A total of 9 heads, a total of 9 Nagas. 9 ancient Nagas. 9 ancient Nagas. 9. That natural 9 has been severed. That natural 9 is the Wata. How is it that Hydra is the entity? It is the entity. It is the Wata that they drew Hydro from. Seeing that Naga in the Wata Can you imagine the feeling that they got? I'm pretty sure it's the same feeling they have of you right now. It's the same feeling that they have of you right now. Surfing the wave like this, hala hawa. With the ether squad like this, hala hawa. With Drop Nation like this, hala hawa. With Tribal Mafia like this, hala hawa. Best believe they have a feeling. And that feeling is fear. For the rest of these vibrations, fear the return of the real Nagas. They have a fear of the image of Hawa. They have a fear of the image of God. And especially you knowing. So this is part 4. Let's continue to push the envelope. Let's continue to push that foot down on that gas. Let's continue to not let up, because it's over for the hijack. You are the image of Hawa, my Nagas. Shalom. See, they like to project fear, right? What's inside of a hijack's mind always has to be projected because they have no order. There is no law of regulation. There is no code keeping them in check. There is no respect to keep their energy harnessed. And they have to continue to push their frequency onto you for whatever it is that they're feeling on the inside. Which is why part 3, I was ushering for everyone listening to get up out of your feelings, because your feelings is what got you in this. Your feelings is what's going to keep you in this. We need to be resonating, filtering, being of the flow, observing what's being processed. And then letting that form a revelation, a realization, a spark, a charge, whatever makes you pop off. So now that we're reversing the curse on that ass, man, I want you to pay attention to this, because we're talking about fear. Their fear. Their fear of that oil of life. We're just going to surf the wave, all right? Surf the wave. We get it one more time. The way that this substance of life is completely incapacitating this craft. This is how the melanin is for us. The carbonation is for us, but you have to be activated. And I'm telling you right now, my Naga, the only way to be activated is KTC. This ain't for everybody. Just because you look like this don't mean that you can activate this. You are the proof. Look around. But the point is that a lot are deciding they want to choose up. I can't agree on that. There's a lot of us ready to choose up. There's a lot of us that's been already chose up, but we see what's going on. We are witnessing what's going on. And Shabbat, I'm here to tell you right now, if you KTC, if you MHOE, If you KTC, if you MHOE, we are here for you. We are here for you and we are ready. We are ready. This is how the melanation, the carbonation takes a hold of you. This is what scares them. This is what drives them crazy at night. Oh, we gonna get to it. Oh, we gonna get to you, Hydra. We gonna get to you, Hydra. This is what keeps them up. We're reversing the curse. We're gonna carry on. Shalom.
Today years old when I found out. I was today years old when I found out.
Miles takes me down to the banks of the River Thames near Vauxhall Bridge, in front of the landmark headquarters of Britain's Secret Service. Alright, so we're outside MI6. Why are we here, Miles?
Oh, my bad, Tribe.
We're here because the British had a spoil of war in the 1980s from the Falklands. They had a brilliant new find called a sentient fluid, or black goo.
Black goo.
What? Called a black goo. A sentient. We're talking life. Now, remember how I was trying to let you know you were the cosmic entity. Alright? Alright? Now, I know it's going to hurt feelings, and it's okay. If you still got a tight grip onto Jesus, if that's still your vibration, you're going to have a hard time right now. I'm telling you right now. You're going to have a hard time right now. You still going to have to take your ass back to sleep. If you still got a strong hold onto this Jesus, you're going to have to take your ass back to sleep, because it's going to be hard for you to sleep. But this is for the real ones. You know what I'm saying? You can be scared all you want. You can't stop the mem.
I was today years old when I found out.
Miles takes me down to the banks of the River Thames near Vauxhall Bridge, in front of the landmark headquarters of Britain's Secret Service. Alright, so we're outside MI6. Why are we here, Miles?
We're here because the British had a spoil of war in the 1980s from the Falklands. They had a brilliant new find called a sentient fluid, or black goo.
Black goo.
Sentient fluid. Intelligence. Just pay attention, man. Pay attention.
Because it was black and it was good, and it responded to electrical stimuli. They brought it back to England, brought it up to a much warmer temperature. It started to respond. Things went badly wrong in the labs.
So black goo is it's an intelligence?
It's a sentient fluid. They wanted to develop it as a weapon. That whole concept failed. The whole concept went wrong, and they dumped it in the sewers. So what it's doing now, it's going through the bacteria, it's going through all the living life forms, it's exploring everything.
Is it in me?
It's in you, and it's in everybody.
So it's coming out of here right now.
In a water supply.
It's in our taps, it's in our...
It's in the air as particulates.
Is it...
What is this blackness that's in the air? Look at how they're freaked out. Look at how they're freaked out. And I know there's some people that's going to say this is nanotechnology. Surfing the wave, we just kind of showed you something else. And that's all I say about it. Allahu.
Dangerous?
It's not dangerous unless you are hostile to it. It's in a learn.
What? It's not dangerous unless you're hostile to it. We know what's going on right now, Monagas. We know what's going on right now, Monagas, because we can feel it in the air. I can feel it in the air. Can you feel what's in the air? Can you feel this cosmic shift? The image of Hawaii is starting to wake up. It's wakey, wakey. The image of Hawaii is starting to wake up. It's wakey, wakey. The image of Hawaii is starting to wake up. It's wakey, wakey. From this point forward, man, you refer to us as the image of Hawaii.
learning stage, and it's being conscious and is communicated with people.
What's it communicating?
It's communicating that it's here to clean up our mess.
Wow. I feel
Stop. Whose mess? We cannot make this up. Whose mess? Whose mess? What's really being said? Pay attention. What's really being said? We just surfing the wave. We just surfing the wave. You know what I'm saying? We just surfing the wave. I'm witnessing. Are you?
feel like I'm going back down the rabbit hole, and the chilling endgame of my journey is black goo.
If we do not sort out our problem, it will. And that means complete deletion of everything on the planet, reset to zero, the Earth will start.
What? Naka, what? 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 We're talking the oil of life. What? Ain't that what the script said? What? Nagas is tripping, man. Nagas is tripping, man. We tripping. We tripping. Nagas is tripping. You heard what he said? You heard what he said? Let's get it back, man. Let's get it back. The whole thing. We're going to get it back.
The landmark headquarters of Britain's Secret Service. All right, so we're outside MI6. Why are we here, Miles?
We're here because the British had a spoil of war in the 1980s from the Falklands. They had a brilliant new find called a sentient fluid, or black goo.
Black goo.
Because it was black and it was goo.
Okay.
And it responded to electrical stimuli. They brought it back to England, brought it up to a much warmer temperature. It started to respond. Things went badly wrong in the labs.
So black goo is it's an intelligence?
It's a sentient fluid. They wanted to develop it as a weapon. That whole concept failed. The whole concept went wrong. And they dumped it in the sewers. So what it's doing now, it's going through the bacteria. It's going through all the living life forms. It's exploring everything.
Is it in me?
It's in you and it's in everybody.
So it's coming out of here right now.
In a water supply.
It's in our taps. It's in our...
It's in the air as particulates.
Is it dangerous?
It's not dangerous unless you are hostile to it. It's in a...
Only if you are hostile to it. And we're going to touch on it. This is part 4. Only if you are hostile to it. Who's surfing the wave? Who's surfing the wave with Natural right now? Who's surfing the wave with Hawaii right now? Who's surfing the wave with Drop Nation right now? Who's ready to tribe up? Who's ready to tribe up, man? If you ready to tribe up, Shabbatai, you already know what to do for a real one right now. If you ready to charge up, Shabbatai, if you ready to tribe up, you already know what to do right now. Hawa, Hawa. Hawa, Hawa. Hawa, Hawa. We just talking breath. Yeah, we just talking breath. You know? They say the Indian said, hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. But even before the hey, it was Hawa. 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 Hawa.
And it's being conscious and it's communicated with people.
What's it communicating?
It's communicating that it's here to clean up our mess.
Wow. I feel like I'm going back down the rabbit hole, and the chilling endgame of my journey is black.
The ironic part is the rabbit hole is dark. The rabbit hole is dark. We're going to get it one more time, and we're going to carry on. Hey, how to the real ones, man. You guys are a beautiful flow. You guys are a marvelous flow, a miraculous flow. And you cannot be denied. You cannot be dissolved. It's over for that. It's over for that. Shabbat. Hawa loves you. Hawa loves you. Hawa wants to see you make it. He wants to see you finish this marathon. We're going to finish this marathon. Hawa wants to see you make it. Hawa wants his people back. Amma wants her people back.
In front of the landmark headquarters of Britain's Secret Service. Alright, so we're outside MI6. Why are we here, Miles?
We're here because the British had a spoil of war in the 1980s from the Falklands. They had a brilliant new find called a sentient fluid, or black goo.
Black goo.
Because it was black and it was goo.
Okay.
And it responded to electrical stimuli. They brought it back to England, brought it up to a much warmer temperature. It started to respond. Things went badly wrong in the labs.
So black goo is it's an intelligence?
It's a sentient fluid. They wanted to develop it as a weapon. That whole concept failed. The whole concept went wrong. And they dumped it in the sewers. So what it's doing now, it's going through the bacteria. It's going through all the living life forms. It's exploring everything.
Is it in me?
It's in you and it's in everybody.
So it's coming out of here right now.
It's in a water supply.
It's in our taps. It's in our...
It's in the air as particulates.
Is it dangerous?
It's not dangerous unless you are hostile to it. It's in a learning stage, and it's being conscious and it's communicated with people.
What's it communicating?
It's communicating that it's here to clean up our mess.
Wow. I feel like I'm going back down the rabbit hole, and the chilling endgame of my journey is black goo.
If we do not sort out our problem, it will. And that means complete deletion of everything on the planet, reset to zero, the Earth will start again.
Who knows about this? Which bits of government are aware that there's a sentient goo in our systems?
The black goo is the biggest single story that people want to know about. And there's very few people who really do know about it.
You got the drop for yourself. There's very few people who know about it. But you surfing away with Hawa. That is the Most High. And we know.
I haven't talked about black goo in quite a while, but this is bringing it back to the forefront, this lovely pregnancy announcement by Megan Fox. I'm going to use this photo as an opportunity to refresh everyone's memories about the black goo. Now, my old channel was much more popular than this one, and the majority of my teaching when I first started was about the black goo. The black goo is an...
Keep in mind, they're going to try to do what they do, right? Spit with that forked tongue. But everything that we've just talked about in part 3, are we looking at some evil now? Are we looking at something sinister now? Or is this being said on a different level? And what do I mean? The fact that they realize how precious the genetics are. The genetics of Adam. They understand and understand and overstand just how precious the genetics are. And so this is a symbolization of integration, hijacking on to a genetic in order to survive. That's what this great project of America was all about. You know, what they refer to as the melting pot. You ever wonder why that's a term for America? This is an experiment, and this experiment has ran its course. It's over. The experiment is over. The shift is now taking effect. The shift is now taking effect. And you will refer to us by our name. And our name is the image of God. Allah.
works. I'm going to use this photo as an opportunity to refresh everyone's memories about the black goo. Now, my old channel was much more popular than this one, and the majority of my teaching when I first started was about the black goo. The black goo is an intelligent, programmable plasma with its tiny pieces being intelligent plasmoids. It has been the crux of many terrible things that have happened on this planet. It has a way of influencing anyone who is near it. What it does is it magnifies and amplifies whatever.
Now that's crazy. Interesting choice of words. It magnifies and amplifies. We know the real power of magnetism. They want to tell you gravity, but we know the real power of magnetism. They want to tell you gravity, but we know the real power of magnetism. So why would that be anything to be afraid of? Unless you are afraid of what you really are. Unless you are afraid of the image that you were created in. Because if you weren't created in the image of God, then what image is that? If you weren't created in the image of God, what image is that? Hijack. Oh yeah, you definitely would be terrified of some magnification. You definitely would be terrified of some amplification. But we ready. We ready. We ready. We ready for ya.
Whatever it is inside you that you already are, whatever's already there. So if you have a beautiful, pure heart, it has the potential to amplify that. However, it seeks for the densest, most low vibrational imprint within you. And it will try to inflame that first. It is possible to overcome it, but it is very difficult, and you would need to know what the black goo is and how it works.
Stop. You would need to know what it is and how it works. Managa, you've been dealing with the black goo your entire life. You've been dealing with this black goo your entire life. They about to struggle with this shit. They about to struggle with this shit. And you will too if you ain't surfing the wave. If you ain't choosing up with Hawaii, you gonna struggle too. Oh yeah. You gonna struggle too.
Otherwise, best thing to do is just avoid the black goo altogether. This substance was known in ancient times as black GU.
What? Where did we get the last drop? Where did we get the last drop? Where did we get the last drop? Huh? Pay attention. Caramel was just kicking some drop. Pay attention. Nagas is kicking drop. Pay attention. We surfing the wave. And if you about to give me a thumbs down for that, take your ass back to sleep, man. We up. And not only are we up, but we've already won. Hijack. Allahu.
GU being an energy is basically an embodiment of negative energy that is on the planet. It is.
Stop. Negative energy? Or are we talking negative ions? Negative energy? Or are we talking negative ions? We're going to bring it back for a stack. Because this is just too good.
Also, the physical representation.
This is just too good. You see how the hijack do, right? Projection. Projection. Keep in mind. Projection, man. Projection. Con? Let's get it.
goo in quite a while, but this is bringing it back to the forefront, this lovely pregnancy announcement by Megan Fox. I'm going to use this photo as an opportunity to refresh everyone's memories about the black goo. Now, my old channel was much more popular than this one, and the majority of my teaching when I first started was about the black goo. The black goo is an intelligent, programmable plasma with its tiny pieces being intelligent plasmoids. It has been the crux of many terrible things that have happened on this planet. It has a way of influencing anyone who is near it. What it does is it magnifies and amplifies whatever it is inside you that you already are, whatever's already there. So if you have a beautiful, pure heart, it has the potential to amplify that. However, it seeks for the densest, most low vibrational imprint within you. And it will try to inflame that first. It is possible to overcome it, but it is very difficult, and you would need to know what the black goo is and how it works. Otherwise, best thing to do is just avoid the black goo altogether. This substance was known in ancient times as black GU. GU being an energy, is basically an embodiment of negative energy that is on the planet. It is also the physical representation of saton.
Now we know that's cap. We know that's cap. Because the physical representation of Satan is the goat. And this is what I mean. This is what the hijack does. They're not going to tell you about the goat, but they'll tell you about this black goo. Because the Satan for them is this darkness. It is this darkness. It is this darkness. Your darkness is powwow, my nigga. That's why they're fixated with it. They can't stop talking about it. Think I'm lying? They can't stop talking about it. Tell these hijacks, hey, don't mention nothing about black, dark, goo, nothing. Watch how much content they produce. Right? They're fixated. They can't stop. They can't stop their projection. And they also can't stop the mem, my niggas. You are the image of Hawa. You are the image of God. And we're going to make them tell the truth. We're going to make them tell the truth.
Is basically an embodiment of negative energy that is on the planet. It is also the physical representation of Saton, of the Saton system, S.A.T.A.N. That intelligence, that ancient parasitic intelligence that moves through the quartz systems under the earth. This liquid moves through the quartz systems. It's inside the...
Now you see why they don't like you having crystals. Now you see why they don't want you turned up. But let's go, because natural got you. Natural got you. You were the ones they found here. You were the ones they found here. You were the face of the ether when they found you here. You are the face of the ether that was found here. You are the image of Hawa. We're going to make them tell the truth. We talking ancient, right? We just got that Adam, right? Adam told his son Seth to go get the oil of life. You see it with me? He told his son Seth to go get the oil of life. Hawa. He told his son Seth to go get the oil of life. Hawa. She's going to tell you, let's go. Part 4. We in this.
Of the Saton system, S.A.T.A.N. That intelligence, that ancient parasitic intelligence that moves through the quartz systems under the earth. This liquid moves through the quartz systems. It's inside the earth. People have often thought that it was oil, that it was representing.
That it was what? That it was what? That it was what? You thinking we making this up? You think Natural's making this up? Why you think I was so charged up in part 3? Why you think I was so charged up in part 3? I knew the message I was coming to bring to you. I told you niggas I was gonna go left. I told you niggas. I said it in easy. I was talking to my tribe in easy. I told my tribe, hey, they have no idea what I'm about to do. They have no idea what I'm about to do. I told the tribe, they have no idea what I'm about to do. Hijack has no idea what we about to do. It's the return of the Nagas, man. It's over for that. It's over for that. They think it's representing what? What? And we just proved that that oil, that olive oil, get that shit out of here, man. We told you what this primordial substance was, man. We know why Planned Parenthood wants to keep the residuals, the afterbirth of these melanated women. We know what's going on with that. We know how much you hijacks pay for that shit. We know how much the placenta gets paid or charged, how much people are willing to pay for the placenta of the natural woman. We know what's up. We know what you weirdos is up to, adrenochrome and babies. We talking neuromelanin. We know what's going on. We know what's going on with you weirdos. But it's over for that. And I'm going to use your face to smear all across this nonsense. And then I'm going to make you face the image of Hua. Head up. The Thunderdome is on the way, man. It's on the way.
It moves through the quartz systems. It's inside the earth. People have often thought that it was oil, that it was representing oil. The black goo is not oil. The black goo is this intelligent plasma that lives as sentient and conscious within our earth that moves through these quartz systems. That is a physical representation of the saton parasitic intelligence. These so-called celebrities, they will ingest little micro pieces of this black goo and it will enhance. So say they have a little bit of talent, it will enhance. There was an American Horror Story season or a half season that told you all about this black goo and how the celebrities use it. They take it, they ingest it, and if they have any talent at all, it will enhance those gifts. But you have to do a lot of work to prepare your vessel to ingest black goo. Otherwise, it will make you crazy. So
no, it won't. And no, you don't. All you got to do is be you. All you got to do is stay natural. That's it. That's all you got to do. Stay natural. Or what?
You have to do a slow, energetic degradation in order to prepare your vessel for ingesting the black goo, and that's a whole other video. This has been the subject of many, many wars. Almost every war that you have ever seen has been fought under the influence of the black goo beneath the earth where the battles are taking place. Even the Falkland Wars were a war to control an extraordinary deposit of black goo beneath the earth at that location. She is more ancient than ancient. She uses this planet to feed and enrich herself.
What did I tell you, Aqua? What did I tell you, Aqua? Look, tell them weirdos, tell them clowns, tell them to take their ass back to sleep. Cause what did I tell you, Aqua? What did I tell you, Aqua? What did I tell you, Aqua? When I pushed up and I told you what? When I pushed up on part 3 and I told you what, Aqua? When I pushed up on part 3 and I told you what, Aqua? Huh? What I tell you? What I tell you, sister? What did I tell you, sister? Like, for real. Nah, let's cut the nonsense, sister. I'm talking directly to you. What did I tell you, sister? What did I tell you? What did I tell you, my Aqua? We're gonna make them tell the truth. Let us find the truth. Hua, hua. These hijacks think it's a game. These hijacks think it's a game. Let's go.
Falkland Wars were a war to control an extraordinary deposit of black goo beneath the earth at that location. She is more ancient than ancient. She uses this planet to feed and enrich herself, and she feeds on lower vibrational energy only because that is the predominant energetic on this planet. It is possible to reverse her polarity, but it would take extraordinary effort. It would take conscious and intention, and it would take us healing ourselves as a society. If we were to heal, she could also heal, and we could utilize her for our benefit. But the chances of that happening without extraordinary change on this planet are slim to none. What Megan is telling you here is that she serves the black goo, that this child is dedicated to the black goo to also serve the black goo. Many people have interpreted this as the air quotes devil on this planet.
We serve Hawa. And Hawa only. And that's that. We're going to continue to surf the wave. I hope you are feeling magnetic. I hope you're feeling charged up. I got a whole bunch of AHA for you. That is my tribe. And I know you got it right back for me. Because I can feel it. I can feel it through the screen. AHA to your radiation. AHA to your resonation. AHA to your vibration. AHA to your frequency. Say it with me. Hawa, Hawa. We shall continue. We still surfing the wave. Let's get it.
We know the truth now here. This is graphene oxide. This is the same material they are talking about in Wakanda, the Black Panther. Vibranium really comes from graphene. Graphene and graphite are found in mounds all over America. The mound...
Stop. You heard what the bro said? Let's get it back for a stack. Let's get it back for a stack. Because now we're talking elemental. Now we're talking elemental. And you should already know how to... Man, the tribe already know how I feel about elementals. And when we start talking elements, AHA for the real ones.
Material they are talking about in Wakanda, the Black Panther. Vibranium really comes from graphene. Graphene and graphite are found in mounds all over America. The mound builders used this material for armor, and they were buried with it in mounds.
Shout out to the Ock, man. Noble Lewis on IG, man. Noble Lewis on IG. This is what happened when we tribe up. The tribe send me stuff, and it just so happened to be linked up with what I'm doing, and it get crazy. You know what I'm saying? It get really, really crazy. It get really, really crazy. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to the Ock, man. Noble Lewis, man, on IG. But, I mean, let's build on it. You know, they trying to say metal, and yeah. But when we really digging on it, the way we've been surfing the wave on this drop, you know what I'm saying? Let's go.
This is graphene oxide. This is the same material they are talking about in Wakanda, the Black Panther. Vibranium really comes from graphene. Graphene and graphite are found in mounds all over America. The mound builders used this material for armor, and they were buried with it in mounds all over this country. So when you think the Wakanda story is just made up, it's just a fictional story, no. Your ancestors were really using this nanotechnology in day-to-day life. And today, they are studying it and using it. Graphite, which makes graphene, was found with the mound builders. We know the truth now.
I'll tell it to go on.
See what's going on? You see what's going on? We just talking about you. What you think neuromelanin is? What do you think your carbonation is? I'm saying coronated complexion. Coronated complexion, yeah. Coronated complexion. That's royalty. That's royalty. I'm speaking royalty. Royalty onto the tribe. For you are the image of Hawa. Hala Hawa. See, I know you thought I was bugging, but natural knows what they're scared of. Natural knows what they're afraid of, and I'm here to tell you right now, what they're afraid of is not the same thing that we're afraid of. What they're afraid of is not the same thing that we're afraid of. Because technically speaking, as the image of Hawa, there is nothing that we're afraid of. As the image of God, there is nothing that we're afraid of. I will speak this unto my tribe. There is nothing that my tribe's afraid of. We choose none. We've made our choice, and our choice is Hawa. From now into eternity. From the land before time to infinity. She was talking about healing. Are we healing? It's time. Are we healing? Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This is what they're afraid of. Marvel's been trying to tell you, we're digging on Venom, right? We're digging on Venom, personified. That black goo personified. Oh, we just on the hijack neck, you know what I'm saying? We're just on the hijack neck. She said that this reflection was gonna bring out the worst of them. She said it's gonna bring out the worst of you. It'll amplify it. You know what I'm saying? But this darkness has always been on the way. I made a drop years ago asking, are we really free from the dark? Are we really free from the dark? And Hawa has thus answered my question. He ministered to the angels, instructing the angels to then minister unto me. The angels told me to claim that powwow. They said, claim that powwow. Natural. Hawa. Now, if you remember the Canaanite drop that we did with this brother's face, the Canaanite drop we did with this brother's face, you mean to tell me years later we not still talking the same thing? You mean to tell me years later we not still on point? You mean to tell me years later we're still not on code? This is the year of the Dracon. My Dracons can clearly see. You are the Wata, Khan. You are the Wata, Khan. For the Wata is the Hydro. And the Naga is Hydra. The Naga is Hydra. Therefore, that Wata, that Naga energy has always been you. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures, man. One picture has 1,000 words. So technically I read more books than those who don't. I'm talking hieroglyphics, man. Remember, this shit is not understood. It's impossible to solve. You know what I'm saying? This is what they're afraid of, Shabata. The primordial ooze. I've been telling you for quite some time. All you gotta do is surf the wave. And I get it. We have improved the sound a lot. Yes, the sound is much different than where we started. Even further, thank you. That is Tawada, because you have been a part of this journey since the very beginning. My tribe, my Nagas, and without you, we wouldn't be here right about now where we are. So ahab to you for making this happen. For we can see their fear. We can see why they're afraid of this black goo. You know what I'm saying? But my Nagas ain't scared. My Nagas aren't afraid of nothing. It is a law. Ye shall only fear Hawa. For Hawa is your savior and your savior alone. For there is and there are no others. There is no fear with us, for we are the image of Hawa. Therefore you will refer to us as the image of Hawa. Yeah. Transmutating that negative energy to a positive. Told you I was gonna show you the way, Shabata. Because we've been waiting. I'm gonna show you that this is truly their fear. How do I know? Because they leave a pattern. And what is their pattern? The continuing display of projection. You've been in the imagination of a hijack this whole time. But it's over for that. Let's move on to the next. Hawa. Let's get it. Shalom to the loved ones. See, they're gonna be talking a whole lot of nonsense from here on out. And I need you to understand something. Their semantics has the same meaning. Fear. Alright. In space, no one can hear you scream. You see how this darkness is represented by this alien? what's in the headlines right about now? What are they trying to now push on you? And at the same time, they're pushing this on you. We decide to tribe up, and we're now starting to get flack from every faction, every crevice, every notion, every wiggle, every slither, every type of creeping, crawling thing. Every pocket has something to say about the indigenous Naga finally deciding to tribe up and stand on business. We're not on code, we're keeping the code. And they're afraid. I mean, let's look at what their projection is. Now, in part 3, we were getting what this green was about. We just seen the same thing in the olive. You see what's going on? They don't want you touching this oil of life. But this is where it started for us, the primordial darkness. From out that darkness shines the etheric light. It's what permeates the light. But you are never, ever, ever free from the dark, my Nagas. And neither will they. See what's going on? It's projection. You've been in the mind of a hijack this whole time, and it's been nothing but fear of who you really and truly are. For you are the image of Hawa. You are the darkness. That's why everything that's dark still is covered in that powwow. Everything is dark. Everything. And that should let you know just how out of bounds everything really is, man. Don't be mad at me. This is strictly for my tribe. You think all of this is just a coincidence? You think all of this is just a game? I mean, even when it comes to the other one, right? The predator. Should we dig on it in real time? Let's just take it there. Let's take them there. You know what I'm saying? Let's take it there. Let's dig on the predator in real time. Let's get it. Now, Pete. No, it's not a good picture. Neither is this one. They don't have no good pictures. All of these joints are small. They really not trying to have me. Look at everything so small, man. It's crazy. Let's blow it up, right? Now we can see the locks. Alright? Everything that details this darkness is projected with fear. Everything about your energy has been met with fear. You are not easily understood. You are obscure. You will never be able to be solved, my Naga. You are unsolvable, insolvable. You cannot dissolve, my Naga. What did it tell us? You can never be liquefied or turned into this liquid state. You will never disappear, vanish, or evaporate. But you will disband and reverse your disestablishment. You will dismiss their forked tongue. From here on out, you will dismiss their forked tongue, and we will agree on these things. For we will agree on these things and finally bring an end as we terminate this hijack forevermore. Everlasting truth in the wata, the flow, the mem sauce that is Hawa, Hawa. Hawa, Hawa be the glory, for you are the image of God. You are the image of Hawa. Your image terrifies them. Okay? Your image terrifies them. Oh, it's just a hairstyle. It's just, yeah. The ancients had hair like this too. We talking Chichen Itza. They had hair like this too. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I showed y'all. I took the tribe with me. And guess what? Now we know. And now we know. Ain't no more hijacking us, Shabbat. It's over for that. We gonna continue on. This is for you. For my loved ones. We're digging on venom. Now their definition of this is poison, malice, aka love potion. Interesting. The desire to strive for something. Now that says a whole lot. The desire to strive for. How come they never told you about this meaning to venom? Interesting. We're just surfing the wave. And just to show you a little bit more of why they're in fear, we're gonna line it up with some examples that we've already surfed the wave with, but it hasn't been in a magnifying scale like this. And now that I got you all here, Shabbat, we're going to make them tell the truth. Shalom to the cons. We only want high vibrations, man. We only want high vibrations. So we're going to make them tell the truth. We're going to make them tell the truth. For you are the image of Hawa. Let's get it. Alright, now this is from a show called Dark on Netflix. And we just gonna pay attention to the visuals. Surf the wave, Con. You see what's going on? Did you see what was going on? It's that same substance, right? It's the same darkness, aka a black hole. It's the same substance. don't know. Look, told you we gonna make these niggas tell the truth. From here on out, we gonna make these niggas tell the truth. I'm talking the oil of life. Look. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Can you really see what's going on, my niggas? We are on a journey. Wow. Of course you gotta dodge all hijacks, but nonetheless we still talking the same thing on your neck bone, on your head bone. All right, we still talking the same thing, and it scares them. You are not understood. You are unsolvable. They'll never be able to understand you. You can only keep the code. MHOE. And we're gonna carry on. Shalom to the real one. Don't get mad at me. Don't get in your feelings with me. This ain't my show. I didn't write this. I didn't make this up. I didn't come up with none of it. This is not my material. I'm just surfing the wave. Don't criticize me. Don't want to come over here and flag me down. I'm just surfing the wave. I'm just a witness, and I'm witnessing. And I'm sharing with those like mine. Now you see what it's called. You see what it's called. You see what it's called right here, my nigga. You see what it's called right here, my nigga. You see what it's called right here, my nigga. Oh, let's get it back. Let's get it back. You see what it's called right here, my nigga. You are the image of Hawa. And from this day forward, you shall only refer to us as the image of Hawa. Ain't that black hole a portal? Wasn't we digging on wormholes in part 3? Weren't we talking about mind travel? Not time, but weren't we talking about mind travel? What did we say about this dark matter? What did we say about this dark matter? And they said anti. They said anti, right? Because it's the opposite of matter. But technically, matter is the portal. Because the matter is just the matrice. And the matrice is just mother. This is how you really say mother. So we're really talking what? The dark mother? And who's your dark mother? I know my mama's dark. By society terms. My mama's also an Etherian. That's a light bright. Yeah. 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 Let's get it. Let's get it. Cause they see. We on. We can see. You see what's going on? It's the year the Drake Khan. You see what's going on? Look at his face. Look at his face. He shook. He's like, what the? Look at his face. We on their head. Shaking with fear. Shaking with fear, man. But it's the law to only fear Hawa. And if you fear Hawa, there's no other reason to fear anything else. Because Hawa designed you in the image of Hawa. So what is fear, my naga? Carry on to the next one. I hope you are definitely loving this flow right about now, because I'm charged up. Let's go. See, we're gonna make them tell the truth every time. You see what it say? Martha makes Jonas create the God particle. We're gonna make them tell the truth every time. Every time. Don't get mad at me. I didn't write this show. Some Germans wrote this show. Some Germans that are of German ancestry today. You know, which begs to answer, right? Or to question. If these aren't the real Germans, and the real Germans are what we call black, who the fuck are they? The real question is, the real Germans are black. Who the fuck are they? Who the fuck are they, man? Who are they? Because if they're not the actual Germans, if they're not the Germans that depicted themselves as being German since antiquity, since the ancient times, then we are talking about something unnatural. And that's the truth. Unnatural. And it's over for that. It's all the way up and over for that. Make them tell the truth. That's what we're talking about. You see what it's called. You see what they refer to it as. Shalom to the images, to the image. That is you. You are the image of God. You are the image of Hawa. Hala Hawa. Now, if you're like me, You probably at this point of this drop and you're like, wow, like how much more is there to go? And if you can see the tabs up here, yeah, we still got a lot. We still got a lot to go. But let's get it. Now, this is in no way, shape, or form me trying to reword someone's message, but what I want us to do, Shabbataj, is just to truly give an ear, which is why I always ask for you to check your emotions right at the dojo before you even come up in here. Because in order to fully grasp a message, you have to listen and disregard how you feel in the moment. Take note, but disregard. Don't let it rule you. Always seek to resonate and reason, to make a true and develop a true assessment. All right? You just want to observe. But let's peep it. Let's peep how this person feels, right? Because keep in mind, we just got through digging on what God was, right? The particle, at least. And as you can see, the caption says the universe is higher than God. Now, keep that in mind, right? That's how they're going to talk to you. It's higher. So let's surf the wave. Shalom.
The universe
So I know this
is
looks like a
higher than
lot, but
God.
it's a diagram explaining the multiple dimensions that there are in this universe. Typically, we're in the third dimension. Some people in their dreams, can astral project into the fourth dimension. I know that I have before. Some people.
It's very interesting how the third dimension is the etheric dimension. And I've been telling you this whole time, you are the natural Etherian. So if this is the etheric dimension, as it being the third dimension, this is what I'm talking about. Now, it's funny how all these other different types of people and these different ethnic groups speak on things, but don't have the representation physically. And then they try to tell you what's higher than what. It's just very interesting. All right. It's very interesting. Keep that in mind, though.
People can even transform into the fifth dimension while unconscious or dreaming. The lower the dimension, the more unordered and chaotic things are, like your unconscious mind, even your subconscious mind. They often say that this is where the soul begins and where a lot of dark energy exists. Now I want you to look.
What? Why would she say that? You see what I'm saying? Why would she say that? What would be the need to say that? Like, for real. What would be the need to say that? And why would that be such a bad thing? Like, for real, pay attention. Unless her dark doesn't mean the same dark as your dark. All right? And this is what I'm saying. Let's get it.
Astral project into the fourth dimension. I know that I have before. Some people can even transform into the fifth dimension while unconscious or dreaming. The lower the dimension, the more unordered and chaotic things are, like your unconscious mind, even your subconscious mind. They often say that this is where the soul begins and where a lot of dark energy exists. Now I want you to look in the middle, but there's a line and it's around where between the sixth and the seventh dimension, it says the abyss. This is where your soul lotus is. This is where the shit goes down. And this is where, you're in a hole.
The abyss. As in Abyssinia. Abyssinia. You know what I'm saying? The abyss, as in the Ethiopian, as in the face of the ethers. Keep in mind, Ethiopian is just ether face. All right, we broke this down on this channel. Check out the Ethereum series. We got multiple of them. But we're talking the ether opium, the ether face, man, the ether, the abyss, the darkness, the ocean depth, deep darkness. You hear what's going on? This is why I love surfing the wave with the Shabbat, man. You know, and we hope that this video stays up.
A lot of dark energy exists. Now I want you to look in the middle, but there's a line, and it's around where between the 6th and the 7th dimension, it says the abyss. This is where your soul lotus is. This is where the shit goes down. And this is where, you know, you're in a whole different playing field. I've actually died before. In 2017, I was dead from grand mal seizure and cardiac arrest for 2.5 minutes, and I entered the abyss. And for some people, this could be very scary. For me, it was neutral.
You heard what she said? For some people, this can be very scary. She said, for some people, this can be very scary. And what are we talking about? We're going to make them tell the truth. Let's get it.
I continue to ascend upward, looking at the 9th dimension. This is where you really begin to see what your plans.
Now look at this, Aqua. The 9th dimension is near what? It's near what? It's near what? We know this 9 is in representation of who and what. And look at where, you see what I'm saying? You think we think we playing with you? You think we playing with you, Aqua? You think I'm playing with you, Aqua? You know what I'm saying? I know you got a lot of static in your head, in your ear. I know there's a lot of hijack around. And I know a bunch of us niggas don't be acting right. And I know it's just a mess out here. I know. But at the end of the day, someone that looked like you is trying to tell you something. Someone that looked like you is trying to tell you something. And what is that someone trying to tell you? That you are the image of Hawa. You are the image of Hawa, my niggas. To all my ox, man. To all my cons, man. You are the image of Hawa. Let's get it.
Are, but your purpose is. It's also where black holes are. Not really sure the symbolism behind that. Angels.
You heard what she said? Not sure of the symbolism behind that, but what did Natural tell you? You see what I'm saying? You are not easily understood. We gonna make them tell the truth. You are not easily understood. You cannot be solved. Shabbat, we gonna make them tell the truth. We gonna make them tell the truth. Let us find the truth. Ahab to the real ones.
It was neutral. Now we continue to ascend upward, looking at the 9th dimension. This is where you really begin to see what your plans are, what your purpose is. It's also where black holes are. Not really sure the symbolism behind that. Angels, archangels, there's different levels of being angelic or, you know, a very high sentient being at these levels. And then you, at the 11th level, you really start to understand the universal plan. One step higher is God. And most religions and people believe that this is where it stops.
It says plan codes, plan codes, plan codes. We only want you to keep the code, my niggas. We only want you to keep the code.
Is God, you know, the 12th dimension. Above God is the void, the universe itself. The universe is.
Now, peep how she's about to say all this, right? She said a lot of people think that this is where God is and blah, blah, blah. But I got one question for a hijack. And that question is, how the fuck do you think you know what I consider to be God? Or who? Or where? Or what level? How do you know what I think God is? Where in my mind do you think you can speak for me and try to say most people think God is here? How would you know where I think God is, Hijack? How would you know where we think God is, Hijack? We are the image of said thing, We're going to make these hijacks tell the truth. And it's almost impossible for them to do so. That's by design. They're going to tell the truth. And like I said, pay attention to what's being said. Reserve how you feel for after. Pay attention to what's being said.
And most religions and people believe that this is where it stops, is God, the 12th dimension. Above God is the void, the universe itself. The universe is a singularity, the one, and it doesn't have an actual dimension. It can't be measured. And honestly, if it can't be measured, then it doesn't really exist. It's on.
You hear the hijack? If it can't really be measured, then it can't really exist. And this is exactly how they see you, because they can't measure you, nor can they put you in a box. They try to, but they can't. And because they can't, they say what? You don't exist. This is a hijack's response, because what we're talking about is not easy understood. What we're talking about is unsolvable. You are unsolvable.
Is the void, the universe itself. The universe is a singularity, the one, and it doesn't have an actual dimension. It can't be measured. And honestly, if it can't be measured, then it doesn't really exist. It's unmanifest. It's a really complicated theory, but this is where and when I say
it's a really complicated theory, but you are personified. You are the image of Hawa, and this is why this type of stuff is so hilarious. It's hilarious. It's hysterical. It's hysterical. And I'm laughing all the way. I'm laughing all the way, because we cannot make this up. Ain't no way this should be making perfect sense to you right now, my nigga. Ain't no way. Unless this is the end of the curse. Unless this is the end of the curse. That's the only way this is going to make some sense to you, if this is the end of the curse, because it's over for that. Oh, it's over for that. Naturals on their head bone. Oh, it's over for that. Oh, it's over for that. Shalom to Drop Nation. Oh, it's over for that. Oh, it's over for that. Aha to my cons, because it's over for that. Yeah, man.
That God is the universe, but really, the universe is the highest power, not God.
Crazy. The thing that was created by Hawa is higher than Hawa, because how? It can't be measured. You hear this nonsense, and what did the scriptures say? You are not solvable. The ancient Israelites held on to this oil, this darkness, this substance. And I don't care how you feel about the word, because the new term is who? The image of God. Those who continue to keep the code. And as far as we know, those people are said ancient Israelites. We are the image of God. And we're the ones coming to share the good news. Peace on to you.
And a lot of people criticize me and say, I'm crazy. You're not going to be saved. You're going to go to hell for believing these things. It's actually past God that you really meet the creator, the true source.
You see what I'm saying? You heard what she just said? Ridiculous. Right? Ridiculous. Now, you can kind of reason with it afterwards and say, oh, well, natural, this is what she really meant. Nah, There's only one Hawa. There's only one Hawa. What's the point in saying all of that if you just gonna get to the creator anyways? What's the point of acknowledging a lower God anyways? This is why we're going to make them tell the truth. Hawa, Hawa, we're going to make them tell the truth. Hawa, Hawa, we're just talking a great spirit, man. All you indigenous people out here talking about you native, man. You talking about you native, man. Well, isn't the number one concern of the native is the great spirit? Isn't the number one concern for a so-called Native American is spirituality and how to connect to the ground, the roots, the earth, the things that be what they refer to as the mysteries? Isn't the mission or the purpose of a true Native American is to be the best human a Native American can be? Isn't it to be the best person? To be the best that you can be? You think the Marines got this shit out of thin air? You think the Marines got this shit out of thin air? No. The true meaning to being a Native American is to be synonymous with the plane, with the earth. To be synonymous. That is the highest point of a Native American, to be that which is he or she was created in, and to live within the flow. There was no other achievement higher than that for a so-called Native American. And we also know that the Native American had teachers that taught them about the stars, about that starry canopy, about the firmament and what else exists beyond this physical realm. Yes. Most Native Americans are children of the stars, but who taught them? Who taught them about the stars? Who taught you about the stars? Who introduced you to the drum? Huh? Who introduced you to the drum, which is the soul, which is the heartbeat? Who introduced you to the heartbeat of Hawa, that is the earth, which resonates at 432 frequency. Make them tell the truth, man. We are the image of Hawa from this point forward. You will call us the image of God from this point forward. Hawa, Hawa.
Is the void, the universe itself. The universe is a singularity, the one, and it doesn't have an actual dimension. It can't be measured. And honestly, if it can't be measured, then it doesn't really exist. It's unmanifest. It's a really complicated theory, but this is where and when I say that God is the universe, but really, I mean like the universe is the highest power, not God. And a lot of people criticize me and say, you know, I'm crazy. You're not going to be saved. You're going to go to hell for believing these things. It's actually past God that you really meet the creator, the true source of everything. Totality. Believing in God is great and you should, but most people don't know that there's something higher than God, and that is the universe, the true totality and creator of God, of everything. Most people don't know about this.
There's only one Hawa, and our Shabbatah, we know. All right, so now we're really at the point of this whole entire drop, because I've been showing you exactly how and who and in what ways and all this just to get to this point, because this is the true house of El, and you should know right now what time it is. Let's dig on the name, you know what I'm saying? What name are we talking about? Well, what name did these Germans give him? Yeah, this is why I was asking if they are Germans, as far as the ones that created the show Dark, right? And who came up supposedly with this concept. If they're Germans, or have German ancestry. But the true Germans were actually black, swarthy, tawny. If these blacks are really Europeans, then who the fuck are these niggas, man? Huh? And why is it that not only are they fascinated with stealing our shit, but they're fixated. And they make a living by just talking about us. That's all they do is talk about us. They don't talk about their people. They don't talk about who they are and who their ancestors are and where they came from and what's going on in their culture, in their community, and what they had to go through. They don't talk about how they got to the complexion that they are now. They can't understand or explain that, not without telling you what's really going on. They never talk about none of that shit. But they always talking about you. We're digging on the name Cal. Cal has ties to being in Sanskrit and so-called Hebrew. For the sake of being pure water, I'm going to dodge Hebrew. Even though this is what they want us to believe, I'm going to dodge Hebrew, and I'm just going to stick with the Sanskrit and surf the wave. We also know many Hebrew words contain Sanskrit, or vice versa. Cal is a concise and impactful name with origins in various cultures. It carries a range of meanings, including time. They also are talking about black or dark. Like I said, we was gonna dodge the hijack with Hebrew for the sake of a pure water flow. So I won't say that black or dark is Cal in Hebrew. But what I will say, it does have etymology, which is DNA to this origin. And that origin will be Sanskrit. And there is a whole lot of Sanskrit in Hebrew. Let's go. Cal is generally perceived as a strong and unique name, invoking a sense of timelessness and death. And what did I just tell you niggas in part 3? I am timeless. We are timeless. I am timeless. We are timeless. What is time to a con? What is time to an American? Oh, you think this is a game? All right. Right. Let's look at the number. See what's going on. Like I said, man, you seeing shit like this is gonna make you run the other way if you still holding on tight to Jesus. Cal is connected to the concept of time and a cyclical nature of existence. Cyclical. All right. We're gonna continue on. All right. So here we're digging on the term in Sanskrit. Kala is a Sanskrit word for time. It denotes a fixed or point or right point in time. It denotes a fixed or right point in time. And what time and I'm telling you that it is right now? It is time to tribe up. This message was influenced and instructed to be passed on to you from the energies and the vibration in higher dimensions. Allahua. It is also the name of a deity, in which, since it is not always distinguishable, it is not always distinguishable from Kala, meaning black. See what's going on? All right. Talking Kala, cow. And you should know why we're talking cow. Kala also means black of dark color, as in dark blue. Right? It also means a fixed or right point of time, space of time. It also means destiny, faith. It can deal with death, and it has a feminine form. Wow. It also means to calculate. It says, as applied to gods and goddesses, it can have a meaning of the great death or the great black one. You see what's going on? The great black one. I mean, I'm waiting on the day where Hijack talk about themselves and not us. We're talking night, dark night. We make them tell the truth. We gonna make them tell the truth. Allahua. We're talking cow. Cow is the first name. It's also interesting how they say that this Kala is also the god of destruction. And we was getting in part 3 with Breadman, right? To bring such destruction by way of battle. Go get part 3, huh? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We're gonna make them tell the truth, man. Here we're just digging on Kala, the same word. The Wikipedia, right? It's telling us time or death. That is your wormhole, which is your black and white hole. It also means black. Alright, black. Yeah, you should know where I'm going. We just got this, right? The etymology is the same. It is exactly the same. Dark night. Remember I asked you, what is this really saying? What's really being said? And keep in mind, you don't dissolve. You don't dissolve, Naga. You don't dissolve. Where are we at? insoluble in water. So in that water, there is no dissolution. You don't dissolve. It's over for that. What is death to a code-keeping Naga? Hala Hoa. They say this cow is from Krypton. You know what? Let's get it. Where are we at? Let's get it, man. I remember I wanted to bring you here, right? Because we was digging on Black Adam. But we're gonna dig on somebody else. Oh yeah, we surfing the wave. Who are we digging on? Who are we talking about? And it says that Kal-El, we're gonna make these Germans tell the truth today. We're talking about Kal-El, and we just got that Kal means what? The great black one? Kal means the great black one. We're digging on Kal, right? Kal, the great black one. Right, we see what's going on. Kal, the great black one. So when we go back to Kal-El being Clark Kent, right? We know what L is, don't we? We should. Because L just means God. So we're technically talking about who? The black gods. Let's just get it in real time, man. Let's stop playing with these hijacks, man. Let's stop playing with these hijacks, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. Let's get it. What does L mean? What does L mean? Alright, the El Shaddai. Alright, also as in the El Elyon. We're just talking Hawa. And the Elohim thereof. So Kal-El is the black god. Therefore, we are the image of Hawa. You are the image of Hawa. Make them tell the truth. It says this Kal-El is a Kryptonian refugee. A Kryptonian refugee. Right? A Kryptonian refugee sent to Earth by his parents, who happen to be Jor-El and Laura. Prior to the planet's destruction, and he is raised by Jonathan and Martha Kent. Where? In Smallville, Kansas. Now keep this in mind, right? Keep this Smallville, Kansas in mind, because we're digging on it, right? We're talking about something specific. All right, it says, as the sun's radiations enhances his cells. Pay attention. The sun's radiation enhances his cells. Remember how we were talking about what radiation and melanin have in common and how they function. So this black god enhances his cells when the sun's radiation soaks into his skin. He develops superhuman abilities, but he struggles with his identity. And who does that sound like today? Who's struggling with their identity today in this foreign fictitious corporation we call United States? Who struggles with their identity? Who struggles with their identity? Once they realize your outer worldly origins or otherworldly. And we just showed how you are created by Hawa in part 3. So you were created with otherworldly origins. Alright? He travels the world trying to find himself and eventually discovers his true identity after finding a Kryptonian ship. He finds his true identity after struggling with it, for so long. He eventually embraces his powers after learning from his biological father's hologram, which is his true Abba. If you're surfing the wave, you're getting connected with your true Abba. And what happens? Gaining a military codename Superman as he uses his powers to protect Earth citizens. Superman comes to odds with Batman before finding commonality and inspires Batman and other vigilantes and metahumans to band together and protect the world from greater threats. Alright? You see what's going on? We're talking about the black god. And where was the black god sent? The black god was sent right here. Right here to America. Now why is that? Why nowhere else in the world? Why nowhere else in the world would the Germans write about this black god hitting and landing in America? What would make this black god land in America? Why would this black god cosplay as an American, as an Amaru Khan? Huh? So now that we see that this Krypton is where this cow, this black god is from, well, let's look at the etymology for Krypton, right? When we're digging on the etymology from Krypton, what does it say? Uh-oh. What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? What does it say? What does it say, Shabbat? I'm telling you right now, I'm going to speak up. I'm going to speak to you just like this. What does it say, Shabbat? Somebody tell me in the chat. What does it say, Shabbat? Somebody tell me in the chat. What does it say? What does it say? How did we start this drive? Let's get the drum rolls. How did we start this drive? We started it out in darkness, right? And what did it tell us that darkness was? What did it tell us that the dark meant? What did it say? It says what? To hide. You see what's going on? To hide. Hawa. I got Aha for my tribe. That is you. I got Aha for all the code keepers. I hope that's you. This shit can't be mirrored by somebody else, by anybody else. This is only for the chosen. Hawa Hawa. This isn't easily understood. It is not easily understood. They'll never understand you, Naga. A hijack will never understand me, Naga. They'll never understand. Never. concealed, hidden. Alright, so where's this black God from? He is from the hidden one. Who is the hidden one? Who's the hidden one? Didn't we just get from the TikTok video that girl said it couldn't be measured, that God couldn't be measured, there was no finding God? Yet this is where Superman is from. Kal-El, the black God, is from the hidden one, Krypton. Only that this Krypton is the actual element. We're not talking about something fictitious. Krypton also happens to be a chemical element. Alright? It happens to be a chemical element. Why is that important? Because your melanin, your complexion, your coronated complexion transmutates light photonic energy into chemical elemental. And what are elements? Star residue, baby. Elements of star residue. Your melanin transforms light energy into elemental energy. We're not going to even say chemical anymore. We're going to say elemental, for you are the elemental Etherian. You are the elemental Etherian. You are the image of God. You are the image of Hawa. And from now on, you shall make them refer to you as such. You tell them you are the image of Hawa. You are from the hidden one. You are from the hidden one, Shabbat. Don't ever let a hijack tell you different. Y'all gonna have to make sure this is shared and it gets out. 'Cause they don't want you to know. Now let's dig on this a little more, right? 'Cause they think we're playing. Remember I was telling you about the carbonated isotopes? Remember how I was telling you about the carbonated isotopes? Yeah. Let's go. Characteristics is just another way to say description, right? How something looks, or at least acts. Krypton is characterized by several sharp emission lines, right? It's measured by sharp emission. We're talking energy. It says the strongest being green and yellow. The strongest being green and yellow, and we've already tied in that green. We've already tied in that green. So how can we be making this up? How can we be making this up? You think I'm playing? You think they not talking about you? All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. my tribe, man. Let's carry on. See, we're talking about the true house of El, man. The true house of El. We are back, baby. Them niggas are back. Oh, you think I'm playing? You think it's a joke? See, surfing the wave, it can be very eye-opening. It can be very tough for those who don't know, for those who won't ever know. But to all my Shabbatah surfing the wave right here, we know. Yeah, you see what's going on? You see what's going on? This is us. This is us right about now, and this is how we will be as long as we continue to tribe up. You think I'm playing? Look at his face. Look at his face. He can't believe it. Because it's over for that. It's over for this. It's over for this. You see him? He can't believe it. It's over for that. We understand. You spent all this time wanting to be us. We understand you spent all this time trying to be like us. We understand you spent all this time having and holding on to our history. We understand that you wanted to replace us as the root. But we have returned. We have overthrown the dark side. And we've come to claim what's rightfully ours. We've come to bring astonishment, to shock. No longer a byword. Purifying that was an abomination. Revealing the true source of abominations. Because if this represents the said German, but the said German looks like this, then who the fuck is this? Who is this? And why is he saying he's a German when the true Germans look like them? Yeah. 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 You see what's happening? If we can get like this, if we get right like this, oh, we gonna shine. Oh, we gonna shine. We got to. Because we got to. Now, let's keep in mind, right? Let's dig on something. I just want this to set on your mind bone. I want you to get used to this image. But before we carry on, because we know a picture speaks 1,000 words, let's surf the wave. Oh, wow. Now, we're still digging on etymology, right? And I told you to keep in mind we were talking about Arkansas. Or excuse me, Kansas. But when we're digging on Kansas, the root word, or where it comes from, is Arkansas. Alright? And I want you to pay attention to the etymology and how it automatically goes right back to the indigenous. The Quapas. Alright? The Quapas. And they were referred to as the Ankansa or the Akansa. The Ankansa or the Akansa by the Algonquin. The Algonquin told the foreigner who everyone was. And this is how we know these had to be other melanated people coming over here. Because why would all these indigenous Nagas be so willing to tell foreigners about who everybody is? Especially these Algonquins. What would make these Algonquins so chattery? What would make them like this? Alright? Considering what was said about the Algonquins. It says that William Bright referred to Kansas. Thus, Kansas and Arkansas indirectly have the same origin as being the Native American place names of the United States. So this is an indigenous name. So this Kal-El character was sent. This black god was sent to the indigenous, to the natural Nagas. Alright, because when we're talking about Ozark, we're just talking about the Indians that it's named after. Again, you still think that this ain't about you? You still think that this ain't about you? And you were found here, according to Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, as the aboriginal copper-colored races of America. You were found here as the copper-colored races of America. Yeah. And if these other Europeans came over here, they must have saw us as the same people. Unless we forgot. You know what? Let's get it in real time, because I think you Nagas forgot. I think you Nagas forgot who really got Europe started. You know, these Nagas think, oh, Europe was populated by some other folk. Okay. Well, what about this? Huh? Oh, what about this? Huh? What about this, Naga? What about this, Naga? The American discovery of Europe. Yeah. What about this? What's happening? The American discovery of Europe. What? The American discovery of Europe. That's why them Europeans felt so comfortable. Because we discovered that shit, man. Them cons been discovered Europe. So those people that was over there, some of them was cousins, man. Some of them were tribal. We're talking ancient Israelite. We've been talking Israelite this whole time. And people want you to feel a certain way about black Israelites. We know the setup. We know what was happening. And we know some Nagas fell off. Some Nagas fell off. So again, if these black Europeans happen to be black, who the fuck are these pale ones, man? Who was this pale face then, man? Who is this pale face? Stop playing with us, man. Stop the cat. Clark Kent, aka the Black God, was sent to the indigenous Amarukans. Alright? He was sent to the copper-colored aboriginals that were found here. Now let's go back, surf the wave. Let's get 1,000 more words, and 1,000 more, and 1,000 more. Let's read a whole book by looking at 4 pictures. To my ancient ones. Let's go. Let's go. So now that we continue to make them tell the truth, this should be feeling quite a way for you right about now. This is definitely gonna hurt somebody's feelings just from the image. For you are the image of Hawaii. You are the image of God. We just read it. You are the image of God. And they've been telling you this whole time. Therefore, from this day forward, from this time forward, from this point forward, from this moment forward, we are back to the future. We are back to the future. And we're never, ever turning back. We're never, ever, ever turning back. Ain't no Lot's wife on this side, baby. You choose up over here, you choose up with the frequency, and that is MHOE, most high over everything. But are you ready? Because it's time. I told you we was gonna reverse the curse on that ass. And I fully intended on doing so. But can you step up to the plate? Do you got what it takes? Hala Hawa. See, they're gonna try to say this is just feel-good material. Nah, these is facts. And it just so happens to be a fact that the truth feels good. As it should. Because we've chose up. We've made this decision a long time ago. You got part 3. We made this decision a long time ago. Those who's been on this journey have been on this journey with me from the start, man. I've been telling you the same shit, nigga. I've been telling you the same thing, my nigga. See, I told you I was gonna talk to you like this. I told you I was gonna talk to you like this. From now on, my nigga, I told you, my nigga. I told you I was gonna talk to you like this, cause you gonna be able to understand me only if I talk to you like this. The rest of them don't know what the hell's going on. They don't know why I'm talking like this. They don't know why. They don't know why. They have no clue what you do, my nigga. You always have, cause I've been with you since the very beginning, my nigga. When you first wondered, is there anyone like me? I was there. When you first were wondering if there were anyone like you, I was there. We were there in ether together. We've been searching for each other this whole time. And I wrote down rhymes from a time ago. And I said one day I will find a nation. I will find a nation. And this nation will have the drop. And I came across something marvelous, something miraculous, something that was life-changing. And it said it to my bones just like this, my nigga. It said it to my bones just like this. And I ain't never looked back. I ain't never looked back, nigga. I ain't never looked back. I ain't never looked back, and I'm never gonna look back, cause this charge right here is everlasting. This charge right here is everlasting. They ain't never getting this back. It's up. It's Kal-El, the black god. We talking the image of Hawa, Hawa, Hawa. From this day forward, we shall be referred to as the image of God. Hawa, Hawa. We're gonna carry on. Peace, peace. Alright, so as we dig on Shine, right? As we were, picking up from part 3. It is, they want us to go for this, right? To be fair skinned. But we've already, I'm not gonna say debunked, but we've dispelled that for sure. I'm not gonna say debunked, but we've dispelled this for sure. Alright? Because what we're really talking about is to be radiant, that which gives out light, which sends out light. Alright? To illuminate, to be resplendent, conspicuous, to shine, to appear. Alright? To shine, to appear, to shine, to gleam. I know before in past times we've pretty tightened up on this, and that's not what we're talking about right now, because right now we're talking about the year the Drake comes, the year the comes, man, and this shit makes them upset. I know, but we're talking about the shine. Alright? And furthermore, we know it don't mean to be fair skinned. How? Because within the same word, within the same etymology, what does it say right here? It says that the derogatory meaning of black person, alright? Perhaps from glossiness of skin. Let's stop the cat, man. Let's go. Alright? From the glossiness of skin. Shine. Shine. The glossiness of skin. Alright? This is why we build on such things. But don't take my word for it. Let's get it from someone else. Matter of fact, let's get another testimony during our Make Them Tell the Truth campaign. From here on out, you make them tell the truth, because they know. They know just like you now know. So let's get it. Ahab to the real ones. Shalom. From here on out, we just gonna make them tell the truth, my nigga. Every single time I'm uploading, is making them tell the truth. We don't want nothing else. We not playing around. No more semantics, man. We getting straight to the point. Alright? Now we're gonna hear what this young lady has to say. And we're gonna surf the wave. Leave your emotions and all that ignorant shit outside, man. You in the dojo right now. Vibe up. Pay attention to the cons in the chat. Vibe up. Tribe up. Let's get it.
I just saw a black woman. Okay, let me start over. It will make sense. Just hear me out. My grandma was a very important person in my life. She was very open-minded, kind of a heavy evergreener. She was kind of a hippie. Anyway, she had property up in Mount Rainier, and next to her property was this really big river, and we would go there and we would like take rocks, and we'd always look for rocks that had like really crazy patterns on it, like white streaks going down, or ones that looked like granite, or maybe it was shaped like a heart. Like we just tried to find the most unique rocks. And when I was picking out all these rocks and I showed my grandma, she wasn't disappointed, but she was just like, very cute, very cute. And then she said, have you ever tried to find a rock that was very dark? I mean, very dark, almost black. And I was like, no. Like, I like the ones that have, like, stuff all over them. And she said, well, these are beautiful, but if you ever find a rock that is very dark, if you pull it out of the water, if you pull it out of the river, and the water's still on it, and you shine it in the sun, it's the most beautiful rock there is. I mean, gorgeous. And I thought, like, okay. And it really wasn't that big of a deal to me as a kid because I thought, like, okay, whatever, it's just a rock. And I want ones that have patterns all over them. Grandma, in that conversation, told me, oh, I'm going to cry. She told me that there was this man that worked with her when she used to work in these, like, chemical labs. And he was black. And she said that when they were inside, that he was a handsome man, but he was truly the most gorgeous person she'd ever seen. When they would go outside for breaks, she said he was usually sweating a little bit from working, and when we go outside, we get like a little bit of a break. The water or the sweat that was going down his face, it would just kind of sit down his head or on his cheekbones, and she said he had to have been the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. She said, and it reminded me of these rocks that I would find from the river. They truly are the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. They just glisten in the sun. And I just thought that was really sweet. And
you heard what she said? They just glisten in the sun. The rocks, that is. The rocks just glisten in the sun. She's saying these black rocks are similar to the Naga. Alright? I'm going to get it back a little more. Continue to surf the wave.
Find from the river. They truly are the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. They just glisten in the sun. And I just thought that was really sweet. And I was in my living room today, and I was looking at some rocks that the girls had collected. I looked out my living room window, and there was this girl, this black woman, with very dark complexion, walking down my street. And I know everyone who walks down these streets because I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I just look out the window all day, like, seriously. And, she had her hair in a ponytail like this, and she had highlighter on right here that I could see from my window. Like, that's how much she was shining. And it was...
Stop. That's how much she was what? That's how much she was what? That's how much she was what? Make them tell the truth. Make them tell the truth. If we're talking about being fair-skinned, how is this a correlation if we're talking about being fair-skinned? And how come everyone knows to say this? Grandma knew to say this. Grandma taught her to say this. Grandma taught her to say this. To say this about you. You see, Aqua? You see what's going on? You see what's going on? We talking about you. Let's get it back.
Today, and I was looking at some rocks that the girls had collected. I looked out my living room window, and there was this girl, this black woman, with very dark complexion, walking down my street. And I know everyone who walks down these streets because I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I just look out the window all day, like, seriously. And, she had her hair in a ponytail like this, and she had highlighter on right here that I could see from my window. Like, that's how much she was shining. And it was raining outside, and there was just water, like, falling.
That's how much she was shining. We cannot make this up. One more time. One more time. That's how much she was shining. We cannot make this up. A-hop to the real ones.
And there was this girl, this black woman, with very dark complexion, walking down my street. And I know everyone who walks down these streets because I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I just look out the window all day, like, seriously. And, she had her hair in a ponytail like this, and she had highlighter on right here that I could see from my window. Like, that's how much she was shining. And it was raining outside, and there was just water, like, falling down her shoulders. And it just, like, hit me, and I was like, wow. Like, Grandma was right. That is the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my life. Like, she is literally glistening. She's shining just the same as Grandma had described this rock, or the guy that she used to work with and that I secretly think she's in love with. But just, wow. She was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I was just watching her walk down the road. Don't know why she's walking down here, because no one here is worthy of all that beauty. This is not the best neighborhood. I was like, why are you here? Like, what the heck? I was gonna go out the door and just let her know she looks beautiful today. And when I opened the door, she was gone. She wasn't there. I was like, what the heck? Like, there's no way she made it past the point where I can't see her anymore. But it was just so weird that I was looking at these rocks and then I saw her, and just crazy. Because she really was gorgeous. I mean, like, wow, Grandma was not wrong.
Your melanation blew her socks off.
Oh my God, my Shayla.
Dodging all hijacks, man. We're gonna carry on. Peace to the tribe. Alright, so as we got in part 2, we were digging on that etymology of Cain. And at this point of the drop, I'm about to just fly right through it. So keep up. We're talking about Cain. Cain literally being the created one. So we know that his mother and father were the first form. Cain literally is the created one. Cain is the created one. Because Cain was created in the womb of his mother. Cain was created in the womb of his mother. But from Cain, we literally get battle. Or the warrior. Alright? It is from the breakdown to form to fashion. And this is how you know he came from Adam and Eve. Because Ada wa Ama were the first form. They were the ones to fashion the world around them. But Cain was the created one. He was also the first murderer. There's a lot that was going on. Alright, these traits from this trickster was able to be passed on onto Cain. Alright, and what else did we notice about Cain? Cain was born a shiny one. Right? Cain was born a shiny one. Let's get it back. Cain was born a shiny one. He was delivered a shiny one. For she brought forth a son who shone brilliantly, or who shined brilliantly. She brought forth a son who shined brilliantly. And at once the infant stood up. At once the infant stood up and ran out and brought some grass with his own hands and gave it to his mother. His name was called Cain. All right. So this is what we're digging on. Okay. Cain being the first one to shine. Now, seeing how he was a product of this tempter, let's continue to dig on it, right? Because he possessed those traits. Now they say that it was Satan, right? It was Satan that did this, but Satan literally means adversary. We spoke about this. One who acts as an adversary, one that wants to stop you. So when we're talking about history, When we're talking about modern society, right now, at this point in time, who's the one opposing you the most? Right? And it's everyone that's choosing down with the Creator. Everyone that's choosing down with the Creator. We're talking about a great adversary. Right? One who plots against another. Now that's interesting. One who plots against another. One who plots. It also means slanderer. Someone that slanders you, like by calling you black. Yeah, constantly calling you black. Knowing that there's another term, but they constantly call you black. You're a slanderer. You're a slanderer. You're a slanderer. You want to throw stones and try to hide your hand? You're a slanderer. If you're not going to refer to us as the image of God, if you're not going to refer to us as the image of Hua, you're a slanderer. You are the Satan. You are the adversary. You are the Satan. But we actually know what the shaitan really is. We actually know what it really is, and that's really a goat. Don't play with us. That's really the goat. But still, let's continue to dig on these words, right? Because Satan, or the Satan, is also attached to this evil spirit. All right? We're still talking about devil. One that has divine power, that is considered a lesser god, a guiding tutelary deity, right? Tutelary, one's genius. All right? A lot or a fortune, a divider, a provider of fortune or destinies, but also to divide. Now, keep that in mind, to divide, right? Which is to break. All right, to break. But peep this. The demon's also referred to as a hell knight. A hell knight. And we were just looking at the dark knight. So you gotta understand the frequency in which these characters tend to speak in. And what's really being said. Right? A demon's also a destructive, hideous person. A destructive or hideous person. Which is interesting. Because considering how Cain was this murderer. Alright? How he's tied with wickedness. How he's literally the created one. Alright? Demon. You see what's going on? Yo. We're gonna continue to press the line, right? Because here we got a word that I did not want to skip over. Right? So let's continue. Let's get it. Plot. A plot is a small piece of ground or a defined shape, a word of unknown origin. Interesting, as in the sense of a ground plan or maybe a map chart. The survey of a field or a farm. Now that's crazy, right? Because we're talking about what's in the name, and what's in the name of a Satan or a Satan, someone that seeks to plot, especially against another, one who plots. So as we're digging on the term plot means to map or chart or survey a field or farm. And what is it that Cain did? He ran out to the field. He immediately stood up and brought some grass with his own hands to his mother. Therefore, he was called Cain. All right? So to plot is to survey the farm. Cain was a tiller of the ground, a farmer. It also means a secret, a plan, a fully formulated scheme. A scheme, right? A scheme. But that's not the only thing. It also is a combined plan, as in Psalms 83. Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. The Thunderdome is coming. Yeah. But we also talking about the evolution of plan. So plan is related to plot. Keep this in mind. Plan is related to plot. But that's not all. Because plot also means to roll into a ball. It also means ball. Now, when you think about the world being a ball, when you're thinking about the earth being round, it's a plot. It's a part of a plot. It's attached to the plan. The plan to keep you disoriented. The plan to keep you disconnected from the true source. The plan to keep you from being grounded. We're talking plan, all right? All of these things are wrapped up with Cain's name. We're still speaking etymology on you, all right? We're talking about the set of events in a story or a play. For those who are writers, when you write out a script, it always has to have a plot, right? Plot. Keep in mind, it also means ball, plan. But here it says a piece of ground, defined shape. Surf the wave. Actually, let's get this back. Let's look at plan. Right? Because plan is what? It's very interesting. A plan is really a level or flat surface, a flat plane to spread. Plane, plan, plane, plane, plan, plan, plane, plane, plan, plan, plane, flat, 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 flat. Stop playing with the Nagas, man. Stop playing with the Nagas, man. We just talking smooth and even, explicit, clever, evident. We're just being evident. We're just being plain. All right. Yeah, it means ball. So this is how you know it was always a part of a plan to take you from being flat and to roll you onto a ball. It was always a part of the plan, a part of the plot. Plan. Now I think that that's interesting, right? Because when we were looking at the video, which one is it? Is it this one? This one. All right.
The universe
I know this looks
is
like
higher
a lot,
than
but
God.
it's a diagram explaining the multiple
Now look, bring this back. It says right here, right? Universal plan. Universal plan. Flat. The universal flat. Plane. Plane. Plan. Plane. Plan. The universal plane. The plane codes. You see what's going on at level 11? The plane codes. Keep in mind, they're going to always want you to be hijacked and capped off at the 12, but we go even higher than the 12, man. We go even higher than the 12, man. All right? You feel what's going on? Universal plan. So when we're talking about this plan, we're talking plan. We're talking adverse, right? As in Satan being an adversary, antagonistic, unfriendly, contrary, or foreign. So this Satan was a foreigner. You see what's going on? This Satan was a foreigner. This Satan was a foreigner. A foreigner, unrecognizable. And if you remember that America is the one that discovered Europe, of course the Europeans would have some familiarity going on. So that's not the problem. Being European has never been the problem. But who's this pale European, if that's the case? This Caucasian, because the pale one isn't even a European indigenously, yet that pale one's not indigenous to the land, to no land. The pale ones have no indigenous claims to the land. Infidel race, the unfavorable, the hostile, the adverse, to turn toward, to turn back, to bend, the adverse. So what did Cain do? He turned on his brother. Who was Cain mad with? His brother. He was hostile toward his brother. He was unfavorable toward his brother. He opposed his brother. He was antagonistic towards his brother. He was unfriendly toward his brother. For he felt there was something foreign about himself. Alright? And we're digging on infidel. An infidel is a person who does not believe in religion or who adheres other than one's own. Alright? So this is what's going on. They made you a disbeliever in your own shit and turned you into them. They have made you the infidel. They have made you an infidel. Because you don't believe in shit. You don't believe in shit, nigga. You sit at home and you just scoff and gossip and spill tea and worry about this and that and what's trending. Being insecure. My nigga see it all. They've turned you into the infidel, just like they've turned you into the troglodyte. They've definitely turned you into the troglodyte, because what's the troglodyte's name? What's the troglodyte's name? Let's get it, right? In real time. In real time. Right? They've turned you into them. They've turned you into them. Which is why everyone that continues to call you black and they don't look like you, when they continue to call you black and they don't look like you, they're slanderers. They're slanderers. Make them tell the truth. Make them tell the truth. You are the image of Hawa. You are the image of God. You are the image of Hawa. You are the image of God. This is the reverse of the curse. This is the reverse of the curse. You see how this thing look? You see how this looks? Do that look like you? Make them tell the truth. Allah Hawa. Cain chose violence. Violence is the physical force used to inflict injury or damage. Vehemence, impetuosity. Vehement, forcible, to violate. How many out there get violated, right? By this so-called justice system? How many of us have violations? Injury and irreverence, a profanation, to treat with violence, outrage, dishonor. But when you really pay attention, it means strength, force, power, energy. To go after or to pursue with vigor or desire. Remember, we were digging on that term. Desire. Go back and get the drop. In this drop, we mentioned this in the beginning, but we're talking about strength, power, energy. right? Pay attention. Because part of that word, what? Violent, right? Let's get it back. Violation. It's interesting how violation is related to gain. Oh man, is this up here? Okay, look, let's dig on it, right? It's related to gain, to obtain as profit, right? This is crazy. Violation is related to gain. So when you violate somebody, you become able to profit from them, to earn, to trade, to capture, to win. It also means to work in the field or to cultivate land. This is interesting. We're talking Cain. We're talking violation. We're talking violence, right? To hunt, to forage, also to graze and pasture. We're talking animal shit, hunter-gatherer type shit. You see what's going on? To plunder, to go after, to strive, pursue vigorously, desire. It's indicating force, power. It's related to man. See, virile. All right, virile. To chase, to hunt, to make game. Virile. So now that we're digging on virile, what is this? Characteristics of a man marked by manly force. All right, and directly to the virilis of a manly worthy of a man, a hero, See what's going on? A hero. And what's the name of this drop? I could say we right on time. We surfing the wave with this flow. We surfing the wave with this flow. Alright. It also means this, which is the power, the representation of power on the man naturally. All right. So it's all connected. All right. I'm talking dark, wicked, to be vicious, bad, ill, evil. Alright, to cause injury. Anything that causes injury is considered to be evil and wicked. Evil. All of these terms sound like restrictions, programs, because you were shown the opposite. You have been shown the opposite this entire time in this corporation, in this fictitious corporation. And how is it that they treat you? They treat you just like this. But keep in mind, it has always been a projection. And why? Because Cain was a created one from an incubus. Alright? An incubus went ahead and attacked Eve in her sleep, which is why sleep and nighttime has always created fear. You go down and go to sleep and you never know what might end up on top of you. And this is the same thing for men. So-called wet dreams is rumored to say that having a so-called wet dream means that a succubus crept into your energy field, your etheric field, and had her way with you, resulting in such an act. You can get attacked in your sleep. Best believe, we're talking about the image of Hawa, because you are the image of Hawa. They will attack you if you're not keeping the code. Alright? what is to incubate. The incubus, or the trickster, had caused Eve and Adam to incubate, to brood upon, watch with jealousy. This entity watched with jealousy. He was jealous of Adam. It also means to sit on eggs, to watch them hatch. You see how we were talking about the alien, and the alien was hatching from the egg. You see what's going on? Incubation, to brood. This is demonic activity in the sense of the word. To brood. Brood is the offspring of laying eggs. Young birds hatching in the nest. Etymologically, is going back to that heat, which means to heat, to be the heat. And there we go, we come back full circle. It means to burn, to heat, to incubate, to boil, to bubble, effervesce, to burn. The meaning of human offspring. Now, how the fuck did we get there? How did we get there? Human offspring, which means to brood. Yet you're brooding from an incubus, which is a demon. You see what's going on? To brood. Brood also means to sit there and sulk. Let's get it. To sulk, right? To look sad and be somber, to complain. But when we're digging on incubators, you can't bring up an incubator without talking about the Cabbage Patch Babies. The actual clones who have known receipts for being in such things. So we can really now tie into the story of Cain, right? Because now we're talking about artificial humans, man. Now we understand who these pale ones are and just how they got here, right? We're talking incubator, incubus, the serpent, the trickster of the garden. A fine distinction between the Nagas. Alright? Cabbage Patch Babies, man. This happened all over Europe, man. Booming babies, baby boomers, man. Alright? Stupid ass Europeans, the original Europeans, was onto some way out hijacked thought, alchemy, and messed it up. Thus we have these kinds of men running around, and the world ain't been the same since. It ain't been the same since. And I'm not done, man. We're gonna carry on to the next one. Let's go. See, the reason I talk to you like this, the reason I get on this airwave like this, is because you got folks who really are globalists. Alright? These folks who are globalists, low-key don't even know. See, they do this to appeal to the world. They like to interpret things, or they like to plan things for the world, merging foreign policies to relations for the development throughout the world, advocating or the operation of planning an economical foreign policy on a global basis. All right, globally. And yes, the hijack is in the word, right? What do you mean by globalist? Someone who believes that the economic or foreign policy should be planned in an international way rather than according to what is best for one particular country. See what's going on? All right? A lot of people want to do this and include everyone, but this isn't for everyone. I've always told you from the drop, this isn't for everyone. This right here is not for everybody. You can't make this right here for everybody, because this ain't for everybody. Oh, what do I mean? Okay, well, why do people oppose globalism? It says, anti-globalization advocates urge that the preservation... Let's stop this. It says, anti-globalization advocates urge that preservation of the natural environment, of the natural environment, of the natural environment, and human rights, especially within the workplace and conditions, as well as the democratic institutions, are likely to be placed at undue risk by globalization unless mandatory standards are attached to liberalization. That means the more we include everyone, the more we lose what's natural. The more we lose what's natural, which is why they want America to be the melting pot. Which is why I always say this message ain't for everyone. And this ain't a vibration that's for everyone. Because I'm tribal, Naga. I'm tribal. The Most High, Hawa, is tribal. And if you're not tribal, you're a globalist. And to be globalist, to be a globalist, is almost satanic. Well, hell, I say it is satanic. That's parasitic. This ain't a game, man. Niggas constantly think everything's a game. Right. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and carry on to the next point. Hoa Hoa. See, we know that he wasn't Kal-El. At least not the true representation. Because that lady said in the beginning when we were talking about the black goo, that it'll make you afraid, right? Because it'll bring out your true inner self, your true inner desires. And in Smallville, the show Smallville, this version was afraid of that darkness. In the Superman show, the new one, Superman gets destroyed by the darkness. His heart ripped out. In Smallville, Clark Kent was so afraid of the darkness because of what it would do. And whenever he got darkness into him, he became corrupted. He thought he was a conqueror because he had no connection with Hawa. If he had his connection with Hawa, he would be like these Nagas. Look at dark side. Look at the dark side. Defeated. Alright? Defeated. And this is not to perpetuate a particular narrative, because this ain't no narrative. This ain't no narrative. You want to see? Okay. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay. See, the whole point of this is to show you just how deeply connected this research is, right? Now, this is from part 2. We did this 7 years ago, all right? Now it says, biblical scholars believe that the Guti may be the Koa, that the Guti may be the Koa, that the Guti may be the Koa, named with the Shoah and the Pakad, named with the Shoah and the Pakad, named with the Shoah and the Pakad. So the Koa, Shoah, and Pakad as enemies of Jerusalem. As enemies of Jerusalem in Ezekiel 23:23. All All right? We're talking about the enemies of Jerusalem, or Harushalayim. Harushalayim. All right? Harushalayim. That's what we're talking about, man. The enemies. So this ain't no narrative. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no narrative. This is for those people of the book. This is for those people of the book, man. All right? You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Look. Look right here, right? It says physical appearance. Physical appearance. It says, according to all these Assyriologists, the Gutians were pale in complexion and blonde. They were pale in complexion and blonde. This was on the basis, what does it say? Oh, I might have to, what does it say? It said this was on the basis, right? Asserted on the basis of assumed links to peoples mentioned in the Old Testament. All right? And this is why they don't like the Old Testament. You know why? Because if the white man wrote this, if some European, who you now want to call European, wrote this, how come our ancient script, our ancestral writings tell us that these people were enemies of Harushalayim? All right? And that they went by the name of the Gutians, and that they were pale in complexion and blonde. We're talking about the enemies of Jerusalem. All right? And this is mentioned in Ezekiel 23:23. These are our scriptures you're talking about, man. We're talking about the Most High Hawa. And no, this is not understood or understandable for everyone. And we talked about who these Guti were in part 2. We talked about who these goat people are. The Goths, the Visigoths, the Khazars. Yeah. All right. Straight out the script. But if you ain't studying the script, of course you don't know this shit. Of course you don't know. So no, this ain't a narrative. This is tribal. No, this ain't a narrative. This is tribal. It always was tribal. So let's get ready to ride out. Shalom to the real ones. Appreciate everybody for tagging along for part 4. Max Ahab. Hawa. Alright, here we got the Koa. The Koa, as it was mentioned in Ezekiel 23. So let's get it, right? Ezekiel 23, verse 23. It says, the Babylonians and all the Chaldeans, or the Chaldeans, the Pakad. So there goes the Pakad, the Shoah, and it says, and Koa. And all the Assyrians with them, all of them desirable young men, captains and rulers, great lords renowned, and all of them riding upon the horse. And if you understand what's going on in this chapter, this is how them Hebrews, those ancient Israelites, ended up spread and dispersed across the earth. This was a part of the reckoning that the Most High told them was going to happen to them. The Most High told them what was going to happen to them. But the proof is in the name. What name? The proof is in the name. We're talking Koa, right? Koa, as in a sense to clip off. To clip off. Wow. Remember how I told you about this summer? Remember when I told you to keep in mind this summer? It says to spend the harvest season. To spend the harvest season. Summer. So in part 3, I was telling you to keep in mind about the summer. I said I felt like it was important. Well, this is the importance that I'm talking about. Alright? Because we were digging on the Ethereans. We was talking about that burning, that summer, that flame. So the Koa, this Koa means to clip off. to clip off from that season, or to be of the one of harvest, to pluck you from the garden. Alright, Ezekiel 23. This is why these folks don't like the Old Testament, man. It also means he camel. Alright, Koa means he camel. Now, the last time we ran into something like this on this channel, it was called a he goat. You remember the he goats? And we jumped off into another name. Now I got a question. How come every time I'm digging on these people, they always have an animal attached to their name? Why is it that every time I'm digging on these people, they always got an animal attached to their name? Alright, it says Koa, probably from H6972, an original sense of cutting off. Curtailment. Alright, let's see. Can we get this? Let's see what this is real quick. Coots. To spend the summer. To clip off. So this is talking about a plucking. Right? A plucking. It is also a thorn. This is interesting. A thorn. Being pierced by the thorn. For all those who know, being pierced by the thorn or the horn. Alright, the thorn or the horn, to cut off or to cut up or cut off, as in the cutting or the wounding. Doesn't Cain's name mean knife? Doesn't Cain's name mean knife? They put Smith. Alright. But we know Cain had a connection back to knife. Alright. So the cutting. Alright, the cutting. It says curtailment. Let's go back. Curtailment. Alright, curtailment. Now I know some inquiring minds are going to want to know, what is that? So let's dig on it. To curtail means to restrict or limit. To restrict or limit. Alright. Made short. They have cut you down, Naga. They have cut you down. They have tried to cut off the end of you. They have deprived you by excision or removal. This is in their name, as in Taylor, to cut. And you see what's going on? You see what's going on? A tailor to cut. This is literally in their name. This is literally in their name. And they're gonna try to tell you that this is a narrative. This is not a narrative, Naga. This is a battle. This is war. Which is why you hear the war drums. This is war. And this time, Nagas have decided to stand up. Alright? We've always knew of this day. We always felt of this day. And right now, it is happening. We are all witnesses to us choosing up in real time. And they're mad. And they're scared, and they're full of fear. They can't believe it. Quite frankly, neither can I. Yeah. So it's in their name, man. This ain't no narrative, man. Alright? This ain't no narrative, man. Crazy, because if you got part 2, we right back to Prince, man. We can't make this up. If you got part 2, we're right back to Prince. Wow. It represents a male camel for the breeding of a noble race and also a prince. We cannot make this up. Not make this up. Alright, so this is the beginning of how it became what it is today. This prince goes back to part 2, and we was digging on this because we know what that prince leads to. This This is the wickedness. Yeah. Alright. Hope you know, man, I got nothing but ahab to the real ones. They said this day was never gonna happen. And we are right here in the moment. Hawa. Let's go. As you can see, we got a little more to go. Let's do this. Let's finish strong. Let's finish strong so we can have a strong beginning. Let's finish strong so that we can have a strong beginning. Dodging all hijacks. This is for the real ones. Hala Hawa. Ahab and all praises to the Creator. I know niggas like to get emotional. I know niggas like to get in their feelings. This ain't the time for that. It's over for that. Don't get mad at me. This ain't even my video, but I'm gonna share it. And I'm gonna make them tell the truth. I'm gonna make them tell the truth. We gonna make them tell the truth. From here on out, it's over for that. It's over for that. Let's get the drop. You see what it is. Black is ether. Black is ether. Stop playing with us, man. Stop playing with us.
Universe except this trinity of forces, of fields.
I feel like that's something Tesla was also trying to point out.
Yes, he knew this secret, brother. See, Tesla knew about the longitudinal standing wave, the scalar wave. See, in society, we know a lot about the Hertzian wave, which was discovered by Hertz, and we call frequency Hertz. Okay, because we attribute this transverse wave, this vibration, which is a material wave of electricity, to Hertz.
Yeah.
But Tesla's wave was like this. It was a pulse, a horizontal pulse. And that's magnetism. You see, so magnetism, which is above electricity, is a spiritual force. Let me explain this. I'll get my whiteboard. 1 minute. Sure. You're going to love this because this is... Astrology is not just a branch of science all on its own and separate from all the rest. Astrology is theology. Krishna is in astrology. Astrology is the mother of all sciences, the science of light, Jyotish. And so, if we don't know astrotheology, astrology, theology, alchemy, chemistry, physics, gematria, and all of the sciences, we can never know these things. We will always be separated by degrees from the accurate knowledge of truth. So this world deals in facts. It doesn't deal in truths, and facts are not truth, and truth are not facts necessarily. And so truth is absolute and the ultimate, and that's what astrology teaches. It doesn't teach facts. It teaches truth. It teaches truths. And so what you have, we have dielectricity. That's the ether. That's what we call ether, okay? And this is black light, and Krishna is what color? Black. Okay. In the second Trinity, Krishna is blue. I'll explain that.
Yeah, because we only see him in a blue-skinned body.
Yes, but the original Krishna, like the original Jesus or the Mary, is a black. You'll always, everywhere you go to Catholic churches all over Europe, and you will see a black Jesus everywhere, harking back to the Krishna color of black, because black is the ether. It is...
Stop. What did we tell you niggas? Now, you dodging all hijacks, of course, but what are we telling you niggas, man? All right, let's get it back one time. What are we telling you niggas, man? What are we telling you niggas?
Gematria and all of the sciences, we can never know these things. We will always be separated by degrees from the accurate knowledge of truth. So this world deals in facts. It doesn't deal in truths, and facts are not truth, and truth are not facts necessarily. And so truth is absolute and the ultimate. And that's what astrology teaches. It doesn't teach facts. It teaches truth. It teaches truths. And so what you have, we have dielectricity. That's the ether. That's what we call ether, okay? And this is black light, and Krishna is what color? Black. Okay, in the second Trinity, Krishna is blue. I'll explain that.
Yeah, because we only see him in a blue-skinned body.
Yes, but the original Krishna, like the original Jesus or the Mary, is a black. You'll always, everywhere you go to Catholic churches all over Europe, and you will see a black Jesus everywhere, harking back to the Krishna color of black, because black is the ether. It is the original light.
Make them tell the truth. Dodge all hijacks at all costs. We on to the next one. Shalom. Let's continue.
Black is the ether. It is the original light. White is the other half. Hence, when you see the yin and yang,
Yeah.
you'll see black and you'll see white. And this is Krishna and Radharani. And what happens is when these two field modalities, magnetism and dielectricity, when they move against each other abrasively, abrasion causes electrification. So electricity is the third part of the Godhead, but it is the sun. It is the sun because it's a hybrid. It's a temporal force. It's not timeless. It's not eternal. This is eternal. Electricity is an effect. It's a physical effect. So my body, what you see here as Santos Bonacci,
Yeah.
this is an electrical bioorganism backed by magnetism. Magnetism is the spiritual force of the universe. Electricity is the physical, material force of the universe. In Krishna science, in Bhagavad Gita, you learn about God's three energies. His internal spiritual energy, his marginal force, and his material force. Well, there it is. There is only this. There is no other subject. There's no subject ever uttered, or topic, or conversation, other than this. Only this exists.
Make them tell the truth, Shabbat. Make them tell the truth. You are the image of God. You are the image of Hawa. Carrying on.
In the depths of the Tartarian manuscripts, we find a worldview so intricate, so layered, that it defies simple understanding. The Tartarians believed that reality was woven from hidden forces, an interconnected network of magnetic, electric,
and they're going to continue to talk about the Tartarians, but what you got to remember is that even the Tartarians were taught this. And they were taught this by who? The Etherians, man. And this whole drop has been proven to you who the Etherians are. So don't get it twisted, man. And don't lose the drop. Because without the Etherians, there would be no Tartaria. And this drop has successfully displayed who the Etherians actually are. And we will make them tell the truth. Shabbat Shalom. We building.
And spiritual energies bound to elements and resonating with cosmic bodies. What you're about to see goes beyond knowledge. This is an invitation to glimpse the inner architecture of existence itself. The Tartarians described the mind as a magnetic field, a living force, reaching beyond the brain like the pull of a magnet, attracting frequencies tied to our desires and fears. They wrote that this magnetic field of thought was a potent force, shaping not just perception but reality itself. Thoughts were not passive, they were active, vibrating and attracting like magnetic pulses, binding our inner world to the outer. They described the heart as both electric and spiritual energy, the core of life's vital force. Every heartbeat was an electric pulse sending waves through the body and beyond. But the Tartarians claimed that the heart's electric field could align with cosmic energy, drawing power from stars and planets. This resonance, they believed, amplified...
Pulling... What? You think Natural's just been telling you nonsense this whole time? bringing back the ancient teachings of the Tartarians in real time, but from a real deal Naga perspective. That is 369 above the firmament. 369 above the firmament. Let go.
Was a potent force, shaping not just perception but reality itself. Thoughts were not passive, they were active, vibrating and attracting like magnetic pulses, binding our inner world to the outer. They described the heart as both electric and spiritual energy, the core of life's vital force. Every heartbeat was an electric pulse sending waves through the body and beyond. But the Tartarians claimed that the heart's electric field could align with cosmic energy, drawing power from stars and planets. This resonance, they believed, amplified physical health and spiritual strength, making the heart a gateway to divine connection. The Tartarians saw fire as more than an element. It was the essence of willpower and transformation.
And we were talking about this transformation. The alchemists are back, baby. The alchemists are here. We're here. And we're here to change all this shit. We're gonna change all this shit for my Nagas, for Nagaville. For Nagaville, we talking ether, we talking fire. And we've already been talking about this whole entire time. It's crazy how now it makes sense to you, huh? It's crazy how now it makes sense to you. Go back and listen to the music, to the tribal music, man. Go back and listen to the tribal music now. I know some of you been doing it. I'm peeping. Much hop to everybody doing it. But go back and get the drop now. Watch how much this shit makes sense to you right now. Now that you done got the drop, now that you've been soaking in the wave, you've been surfing the wave, watch how much it makes sense to you now. For real, Shabbat, I did this for you, cause we going forward. Ain't no going back. It's over for that. It's over for that.
Fire, they believed, was the alchemical force capable of transmuting thoughts and desires into reality. They spoke of an inner fire within each of us, igniting willpower and manifesting intentions. By aligning with fire, they learned to transform themselves, channeling raw desire into disciplined action, merging thought, emotion, and energy into a refined, potent force. Earth, to the Tartarians, was the element of grounding, stability, and physical manifestation. They believed that each action taken on Earth sent out resonant frequencies, like ripples in a pond, that returned in kind. Earth's energy, they claimed, was the canvas for thought, will, and spirit. By harmonizing with Earth's frequencies, they brought their ideas into physical existence, transforming intangible energy into material reality. The Tartarians believed each planet carried a unique frequency, affecting the human body and mind. By aligning their energy with these planetary forces, they could harness influences: Jupiter's expansion, Mars's strength, Venus's harmony. They saw planets as reservoirs of energy, each capable of enhancing different aspects of life. Planetary resonance, they believed, fueled growth and empowerment beyond earthly limits. In the Tartarian worldview, all elements, air, water, fire, and earth, wove together to create a seamless tapestry, each element bound to the others by invisible threads, magnetic and spiritual. They saw elements as living forces, each one contributing a vital aspect of reality.
They saw elements as living forces. So when your melanin transmutates or transforms or transfers that photonic light energy into chemical elemental energy, you see what's going on? No chemical, elemental, stardust, a part of the elements. Fragments of the cometas, man. And your dracons are the cometas, man. Let's stop playing. Hawa, Hawa. To the image of Hawa, you are the image of Hawa.
Air carries thought, water embodies emotion, fire ignites will, and earth grounds action, all interconnected, shaping reality like threads in a cosmic web. By understanding these connections, they believed they could master life itself. To master these forces, the Tartarians practiced elemental alignment, a process of tuning their personal energy to resonate with each element. This alignment allowed them to amplify their connection to physical and spiritual realms. Through elemental alignment, they achieved balance within, becoming vessels for pure forms of thought, emotion, action, and willpower. They became, as the manuscripts describe, living embodiments of nature's forces. These practices were powerful alone, but the Tartarians believed they could unlock deeper mastery through specific sound waves. They wrote that sound was the bridge connecting mind, body, and cosmos, amplifying their connection to hidden forces. To experience these same sound waves, click the link in our description. These are the authentic Tartarian frequencies, preserved and available only here. Discover the vibrations that empowered an ancient civilization and unlock the hidden.
To everybody that got the track, Land Before Time. Isn't this what we was talking about in Land Before Time? Hey, out to the real ones, man.
So apparently this castle, Prague Castle, was built in the year 880, which I can't even begin to work out how many hundreds of years before the first power tool that was. Yeah, all these old world Tartarian buildings were here a long time before they claim. And they weren't built by us, but definitely inherited by us. So what
they weren't built by us, but definitely they were inherited. And you know why? To anyone pushing the narrative, riddle me that. How is it that they became the inheritors if they know that they didn't build it? How did they become to inherit these buildings? Because we know who made these buildings. The Etherians did. The Etherians were focusing on harnessing the energy. It's no different than the pyramid. The only thing that separates them is so-called time. You're looking at one ancient relic versus another. Location made difference too, but you got some of these type of buildings in America. You got everything in America. Everything is right here for the cons. Everything to let you know that it started here. We got the drop, the American discovery of Europe. The American discovery of Europe. So we know how the knowledge got there. We know how it got there. But how did they become the inheritors? The inheritance? How? Riddle me that. This ain't no narrative, man.
Tartarian buildings were here a long time before they claim. And they weren't built by us, but definitely inherited by us. So what I'm expected to believe is that the good people of Prague got all these materials 250 meters above sea level before electric motors even existed, so horse and cart, and then they did all this with hand and chisel. The roof of these buildings all look the same. These jagged designs are not by accident, but these would have literally grabbed energy out the air, out the ether, and they'd have gone down the steel rods into the building. Jagged designs are not by accident, but these would have literally grabbed energy out the air, out the ether, and they'd have gone down the steel rods, look the same. These jagged designs are not by accident, but these would have literally grabbed energy out the air, out the ether, and they'd have gone down the steel rods. Hand and chisel. The roof of these buildings all look the same. These jagged designs are not by accident, but these would have literally grabbed energy out the air, out the ether, and they'd have gone down the steel rods into the building. That's why we see the horseshoe shape everywhere on these buildings, windows, doors, blocked out windows and doors. All the horseshoes upon horseshoes up there, because the horseshoe is the strongest shaped magnet. Big old giant doors for things that were much bigger than us. See, horseshoes everywhere. Horseshoe. Just want to point out as well,
Horseshoes is representing the magnetism of the firmament or the dome. We're talking high concentration, man. High concentration. This ancient civilization were the Nagas. The Nagas. This ancient civilization were the Nagas, man. The Nagas. I told you. From here on out, you refer to us as the image of Hawa. From here on out, you refer to us as the image of God. We are the image of God. We are the image of Hawa. And we have returned. We are here.
Doors, all the horseshoes upon horseshoes up there, because the horseshoe is the strongest shaped magnet. Big old giant doors for things that were much bigger than us. See, horseshoes everywhere. Horseshoe, horseshoe, horseshoe. Just want to point out as well, you often see these shapes in these buildings that are now called churches, etc. But these shapes are not accidental. If you look into something called cymatics, you'll see that when sound is played through water, etc., or if you put like sand on a speaker and play it at different frequencies, it creates different shapes. And of course, right next to the old world energy building, we've got the obelisk, which most people associate with Egypt, yet you see them all over the world. You can't even...
Why is that? Why is that? If you surfing the wave, you know. They don't, but you do. And they won't ever. And now you know why. Yeah, we know.
Sound is played through water, etc. Or if you put like sand on a speaker and play it at different frequencies, it creates different shapes. And of course, right next to the old world energy building, we've got the obelisk, which most people associate with Egypt, yet you see them all over the world. You can't even begin to fathom the level of craftsmanship that would be needed to do this with hand and chisel and repeat the same design thousands and thousands of times all over the building. Bring back gargoyles, mate. Bring back gargoyles. But you know, even 250 meters above sea level at a castle over 1,000 years old, Babylon's still...
Max A.